Chapter 470, Contest. Once everyone beside Xiaohua left, Yuan returned to the waiting room and proceeded to continue studying the ancient rank fist technique. Even though he clearly showed great compatibility with the technique, Yuan was unable to learn this technique as easily as he learned the other techniques. As expected of an ancient rank technique, I cannot learn it as quickly as I learned the other techniques, Yuan thought to himself. Now that I think about it, the dragon's gaze is also an ancient rank technique, and it took me a couple of weeks to learn that technique. Although only a week had passed in real time, I had experienced many weeks while I was studying the technique inside my head, so I should still count it as such. If he uses the dragon's gaze as an example, he will probably need at least a few weeks to learn the fist technique. Though this didn't discourage Yuan. In fact, it only made him study the technique even more seriously. Time passed extremely quickly while Yuan was absorbed in studying the technique, and before he was aware, the ladies returned to his side with new techniques in their grasp. "We're back, brother," Yu Rou said to him. Yuan opened his eyes and looked at them. Both Meishio and Xiajingyi were holding a single scroll, while Yu Rou had two scrolls. Yuan looked around for Lan Yingying. "Brother? Who are you looking for?" Yu Rou asked him. "Yingying. She's still looking for a technique," he said. "Yingying? Oh." Yu Rou raised her eyebrows. It was at this moment Yuan realized that he had yet to tell Yu Rou about Lan Yingying. I forgot to introduce her to you, but her name is Lan Yingying, and she's like Xiaohua and Fengfeng." Yuan gave her a brief explanation. "Like Xiaohua and Fengfeng?" Yu Rou pondered. "Oh, I completely forgot. Brother Tian had acquired an ancient grade servant during the mystic realm. I wonder what she looks like." Yu Rou recalled the announcement that shook the internet for an entire week. About an hour later, a white-haired beauty entered the waiting room, instantly catching Yu Rou and Xiajingyi's attention. "I apologize for making you wait so long, my lord," Lan Yingying said to him after she returned. "My lord?" Yu Rou raised her eyebrows. Lan Yingying bowed to Yu Rou and Xiajingyi and said, "Hello. My name is Lan Yingying, and I am the Lord's servant." "Servant? Is she role-playing?" Xiajingyi wondered inwardly, as she wasn't aware of Lan Yingying's true identity as a divine beast. "Hello. I am Yu Rou, and I am Yu Tian's younger sister." Yu Rou introduced herself. "Xiajingyi, and I am Yu Rou's classmate." Xiajingyi said. "By the way, Yingying is an NPC," Yuan said to Xiajingyi. "Oh. Then she probably doesn't know about classmates. Well, we're something like fellow disciples of the same sect." Xiajingyi explained herself afterward. After their introduction, Yuan took them back to the young man at the reception desk. 6 heaven rank techniques, huh? What about the ones you found previously? Do you still want them? The young man asked them. "No, we'll just take the new techniques." Yu Rou shook her head. "I understand. I will place them back for you later." "Sorry for the trouble," Yuan said. "Don't mention it. I am merely doing my job." The young man proceeded to log in the techniques they took, and after a couple of minutes, he handed the scrolls back to Yu Rou and the others. "All right. You're all set. Senior, you have 4 more free techniques for the rest of the year. It will reset at the beginning of next year." "I understand. Thank you." Yuan nodded. "See you next time, seniors." The young man bowed to them as they left the place. "Wow, it's already this late? I would like to study the new techniques, but we can do that later," Yu Rou said when she realized that it was already late at night. "Good night." After saying their goodbyes, they logged off the game. "What kind of technique did you get, Meishio?" Yuan asked her during dinner. "Oh, it's a movement technique," she said. "A movement technique? You only got one technique, right? What about a martial technique? Although having a movement technique is great, you cannot win a fight just by dodging," Yuan said. "I think I will be fine for a while even without any martial techniques. I have plenty of hand-to-hand combat experience, so I should be fine even without a martial technique," she said in a confident voice. "I mean, you should be fine without any martial techniques for now since you're still only a spirit apprentice in the game, but once you reach a higher cultivation, martial techniques are essential since everyone will have one, and you cannot fight martial technique with bare hands." Yes, I plan on learning a martial technique in the future, but for now, I am satisfied with just a movement technique, she said. After dinner, Meishio went to cultivate while Yuan practiced his divine sense. The following morning, before they could even enter cultivation online, Yu Rou called Meixia's phone. Morning, Meishio. Good morning, Yu Rou. What's the matter? Apparently there's a small contest in a nearby city. It's mostly for cultivators between the first level and the third level of Spirit Warrior. Do you want to participate in it? The winner even gets an Earth rank cultivation technique. I don't really care. Do you intend on participating in it? Meishio said. Yes. Even though you just got 2 heaven rank techniques. You can never have too many techniques. If the Earth rank technique isn't any good, I can simply sell it to other players for some money, and then I will give that money to Brother Tian, so that I could feel less guilty about taking 2 heaven rank techniques for free. Yu Rou said. Also, it will be a good experience for us. Although I have fought plenty of magical beasts, I am still inexperienced with fighting other people. Okay, I will tell you on. Let's continue this talk inside the game, Meishio said. Alright. See you two in a bit. Yu Rou then hung up. Chapter 471. Fiery Lotus. After meeting up with Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi inside, Yuan asked them, You want to participate in a contest? Yes, there will be other players there as well. Yu Rou nodded. Are you sure? I assume there will be a lot of players there since there is going to be a free Earth rank technique. Yuan said. Well, it won't hurt to take a look at the place. If there are too many people, we can leave. Yu Rou said. Alright. How far is this place? Do we need to take a carriage there? No, it's only about a 2-hour walk from here. They proceeded to leave Seashell City shortly after. A little over 2 hours later, they arrived at the city. However, they were immediately baffled by the number of people there. Heavens! Yu Rou mumbled in a dazed voice when she saw the sea of people outside the city waiting to go inside. If there were this many people outside the city, she can only imagine how many people were inside. I have underestimated the value of an Earth rank technique. Probably because of you, brother. Yu Rou sighed a moment later. Do you still want to participate in the contest? Yuan asked her with a smile on his face. I will be shocked if we can enter the city before the contest is over, she sighed again. What else do you want to do now? Well, I kind of want to study the technique I got yesterday. Should we go to the Cultivator's Haven? Nah, I'm getting bored of the bland room inside the Cultivator's Haven. We can study outside for a change, and it's not like we're cultivating, so a little disturbance should be fine. There's a lake about a mile away. We can go there instead. Alright. Let's go. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, they approached a beautiful lake with sparkling water. Well, this place is beautiful, Yu Rou said. This place kind of reminds me of a school trip we had last year, Xia Jingyi said. Oh, you mean the one we had towards the end of the year? I remember, but the water there wasn't this clear. The atmosphere here is quite refreshing. Yuan looked at the lake with a look of admiration. This is your first time coming to a place like this, right? Yu Rou said to him. Yes. Our parents would never take us to these kinds of places after all. He said with a bittersweet smile. By the way, where's Miss Lan? Xia Jingyi asked when she realized that she was gone. Oh, she's right here, he said while pointing to the snake bracelet around his wrist. Huh. Xia Jingyi raised her eyebrows upon hearing this. Come out for a bit, Yingying. The next moment, the white bracelet around his arms began moving, before transforming into Lan Yingying. Xia Jingyi's jaw dropped after seeing her transformation. Why, you're not human? Xia Jingyi asked. No, I am a divine serpent, Lan Yingying said. Do you want to see my beast form? Xia Jingyi nodded with curiosity. I also want to see it, Yu Rou said. Lan Yingying then transformed into her serpent form. Whoa, you're very big. Yu Rou was dumbfounded when Lan Yingying transformed into a massive white snake larger than even a bus, almost like a mini train. You have very pretty scales, Xia Jingyi said with a dazzled look on her face. Thank you. Jingyi, do you like snakes? I thought most girls hate snakes. Yu Rou said. Yes, I like snakes. I find them very cute. In fact, I have a pet snake at home. Xiaojingyi nodded. Really? I should visit your home one day. You can come whenever. Xiaojingyi said. Sometime later, Lan Yingying returned to her human form. I'm going to study the technique now, Yu Rou said to them before taking a seat by the lake and retrieving one of the 2 heaven-rank techniques she had recently acquired. Xiaojingyi followed her and also started studying her new technique. What about you, Yingying? What kind of technique did you take? Yuan asked her afterward. Oh, it's a flame technique. I was hoping it'd synergize with my sacred fire, she said. Lan Yingying then took a seat somewhere in the shades under a tree and began studying the technique. I'm also going to study my technique, Meifeng said before going to where Yu Rou and Xiaojingyi were studying. Since everyone is studying, I might as well study too, but I kind of want to enjoy the scenery for a bit. Yuan proceeded to lay beside the lake and looked at the sparkling water for a whole hour before he started studying his own technique. After studying for a few hours, Lan Yingying was the first to learn her new technique. She then walked to the lake and started practicing her new technique. Lan Yingying took a deep breath, then she proceeded to summon her sacred fire on her palms. A white ball of fire appeared, and Lan Yingying controlled the sacred fire, transforming the ball of fire into the shape of a lotus. Once she was satisfied with the shape and its consistency, Lan Yingying tossed the lotus into the lake. Whoosh! The instant the lotus made of sacred fire touched the water, it spread out and covered a large portion of the lake in a sea of white flames. This attracted the attention of everyone there. Wow, what beautiful white flames! Xiaojingyi mumbled in a low voice, seemingly mesmerized by it. Look at the flames. It's not going out even though it's touching the water. I have never seen anything like this before. Yu Rou exclaimed when she noticed the fire wasn't going out as it laid on top of the water, making the lake look as though it was actually on fire. However, Lan Yingying wasn't satisfied with the results, so she continued to create these flaming lotuses until she ran out of spiritual energy. By the end of the day, Lan Yingying was capable of creating 2 lotuses at a time. What kind of technique did you learn? Yu Rou couldn't help but ask her towards the end of the day. It's a technique called Fiery Lotus. It significantly enhances the power of flames, but it consumes a lot of spiritual energy, she said. Really? It didn't look like it consumes a lot of spiritual energy, because you've been shooting them all day, Yu Rou said. That's because I made sure to limit the strength of the technique and focused on mastering the control first. And if I used the technique at its full strength, it'd disturb you guys. Can you use its full strength now? I am curious. Lan Yingying nodded. She then created another lotus using her sacred fire, but it was much larger than all of her previous lotuses today. In fact, compared to the palm-sized lotuses she has been practicing with throughout the day, this one was as large as a large watermelon. Once she had poured enough spiritual energy into the lotus, Lan Yingying tossed it towards the lake. The next moment, the lotus exploded into a fiery hell that consumed the entire lake, illuminating the somewhat dark place. Wow. So pretty, Yu Rou said as she watched the lake burn with white flames that danced on the surface of the water. Sometime later, Yu Rou and Xiaojingyi logged off after saying their goodbyes. Yuan and Meifeng also logged off shortly after. The following morning, Yuan and the others continued to study their techniques by the lake, and they would continue to do this for almost an entire week. The second person to finish learning her new technique was Meifeng. On the 3rd day, she started trying out the movement technique, dancing around the place with stiff movements at first, eventually getting better. Xiaohua, can I borrow some of your time? I don't want to bother him since he's studying. Meifeng approached Xiaohua on the 4th day. Xiaohua nodded and followed Meifeng to a spacious area by the lake. I would like to test out my movement technique. Can you try hitting me with something? Meifeng asked Xiaohua a moment later. Xiaohua nodded and retrieved a sword from her storage ring. Meifeng immediately became nervous. Seeing Xiaohua wielding a sword that was as long as her body was a weird experience. Do you have anything else? Xiaohua shook her head, and then she said, Don't worry, Xiaohua won't hit you. Okay. Meifeng decided to trust Xiaohua, and she took a long and deep breath to calm down. Are you ready? Xiaohua asked a moment later. Yes. Meishio nodded with a focused look on her face. Xiaohua then kicked her feet, closing their distance instantly. Once she was close enough, Xiaohua swung the sword at Meishio. Whoosh! The blade narrowly missed Meishio. However, Xiaohua didn't stop and continued to strike at her. Of course, Xiaohua adjusted her speed to Meixius level. If she moved any quicker, Meishio wouldn't be able to dodge it at all. Meishio accidentally tripped a few minutes into their training, but there was a sword flying at her neck. Meishio subconsciously closed her eyes and prepared for the worst. However, nothing happened even a moment later. Meishio slowly opened her eyes, and to her surprise, the blade stopped a few inches away from her neck. Are you okay? Xiaohua asked her in a calm voice. Yes. Let's continue, Meishio said after getting up. Xiaohua nodded. They continued to practice shortly after, and Meixius movements grew quicker and smoother as time progressed. Chapter 472, Mount Hua Temple. After half an hour of practicing her movement technique with Xiaohua, Meishio collapsed on the ground in an exhausted manner. It's been a very long time since she's experienced such exhaustion. The only time she can recall feeling this tired was after training with her mother when she was still in servant training. As for Xiaohua, she looked completely calm and nonchalant, almost like she has been sitting in the shades this entire time. Are you okay? Xiaohua asked her a moment after she laid on the floor. Yes, thank you for helping me, Meishio said to her. If you want more training, just call Xiaohua, she said to Meishio before walking back to sit beside Yuan. After her training, Meishio took a seat at a nearby tree and enjoyed the shades. The wind would sometimes blow, carrying the refreshing air from the lake and sweeping the area with it. Once she had rested for a couple of hours, Meishio would ask Xiaohua for help again with her training. Even though it was tiring, Meishio enjoyed practicing the movement technique that allowed her to move very quickly, and it felt very satisfying whenever she perfectly dodged the sword. Yu Rou managed to learn one of her 2 heaven-rank techniques 3 days after Meishio learned her movement technique. Once she got the notification, Yu Rou retrieved her treasure fan and stood before the lake. She then took a deep breath before waving the fan at the lake. Whoosh! The wind in the middle of the lake began to twist, and in just a moment, a tornado appeared, swallowing up the water. 3 seconds later, the tornado grew so large that it lowered the water in the lake by a dozen inches. Yu Rou panicked when she saw how big the tornado was getting, so she quickly stopped it. Countless drops of water began raining from the sky a moment later despite the clear blue sky, soaking everybody except Xiaohua and Lan Yingying with water, as they'd protected themselves by covering their body with a layer of spiritual energy that reflected the water. I'm so sorry, Yu Rou apologized to them afterward. It's okay. I'm not that wet, Xia Jingyi said with a smile on her face. That's the technique you had chosen? Creating a tornado? This is my first time seeing such a unique technique, said Yuan. I thought it was a pretty neat technique and would complement my wind blades well, so I picked it. Yu Rou nodded. What about your second technique? Yuan then asked. It's also a wind technique, and it allows me to control the wind around me, allowing me to fly, she said. Fly? You can do that just by reaching Spirit Grandmaster or Spirit Master if you're lucky, said Yuan. Just by reaching Spirit Grandmaster? Are you listening to yourself right now, brother? Do you think everybody is talented like you? Don't make it sound so easy. It took the majority of the player base 2 to 3 months to reach Spirit Warrior, much less Spirit Grandmaster. It'll probably take us another 2 to 3 years, if not even more, to reach Spirit Grandmaster. Even if it'll take less than a year for me to reach Spirit Grandmaster, I think it's still worth learning this technique, since it will let me fly right after I learn the technique, which definitely won't take me a few years to learn. I hope. I see. That makes sense. Yuan nodded. Anyways, Jingyi is still studying her technique, so let's wait until she finishes before we decide what we want to do next, Yu Rou said a moment later. I'm sorry for holding you guys back. You don't have to wait for me if you don't want to, she sighed. Nonsense. We started this together, so we're going to finish it together, Yu Rou said, and she continued. In the meantime, I will try to study my second heaven rank technique, so take your time. You don't mind, right, brother? Meifeng? Yu Rou asked them. I don't mind. I am still studying my technique as well, Yuan said. I also don't mind it. It just means I get to practice my movement technique even more, Meifeng said. All right. Then it's decided. Sometime later, Yuan, Yu Rou, and Xia Jingyi returned to their technique while Meifeng continued to practice with Xiaohua. As for Lan Yingying, she sat beside the lake with a fiery lotus floating on her palms and her eyes closed, almost like she was experiencing enlightenment, but in reality, she was just focused on keeping the fiery lotus from disappearing for as long as her spiritual energy allows. They continued this for another 5 days, until Xia Jingyi finally learned her technique. I did it! Xia Jingyi exclaimed in an excited voice when she saw the notification. Did you finally learn the technique? Yu Rou stopped studying her technique and turned to look at Xia Jingyi, who was sitting right beside her. Yes. Xia Jingyi nodded. Congratulations. What kind of technique did you learn? Yuan asked her. Oh, it's just another zither technique, Xia Jingyi said as she retrieved her zither that was an earth-grade treasure. After taking a deep breath, Xia Jingyi pulled on a single string from the zither. Ting! A crisp noise resounded, and a single arc of light that resembled Yu Rou's wind blade technique flew from the zither before flying towards the water in the lake. Whoosh! The water in the lake separated into 2 halves for a good second, looking like someone had created a path in the lake with a sword. Wow! What a powerful attack! Yu Rou said. So one of your techniques damages enemies internally and one slices them like swords? Yes, pretty much. Xia Jingyi nodded. Sometime later, Yu Rou asked everyone. Now that we have new techniques, what should we do? I kind of want to test out these techniques on some magical beasts. Let's go do some quests again. I don't mind. Xia Jingyi nodded. I'm also down, Yuan said. Me too. Meifeng also said. Then let's go. Thus, they began making their way back to Seashell City for more quests. Meanwhile, a few 100,000 miles away from Yuan's location, Feng Yuxiang approached a large temple that was located at the peak of a large mountain. Who are you? And why have you come to our Mount Hua temple? A group of bald monks approached Feng Yuxiang when they saw her approaching figure. I heard that my good friend Li Shizhen is currently here, so I am here to visit him, said Feng Yuxiang. The bald monks had a look of surprise on their faces for a split second before they frowned and said, There is nobody named Li Shizhen here. Please leave. However, Feng Yuxiang stayed there with a calm look on her face and said, The person who gave me this information wouldn't dare to lie to me, or had risk eating a sword with his ass. I know Li Shizhen is inside. I can even smell the scent of medicine from here. The bald monks exchanged looks with each other before retrieving the staff strapped to their backs and pointing them at Feng Yuxiang. Leave! These bald monks all emitted the power of spirit masters. However, in the face of a peak spirit grandmaster like Feng Yuxiang, the pressure they emitted was non-existent. Feng Yuxiang sighed and said, I will give you one last chance to call Li Shizhen out for me. I don't want to cause any trouble for my young master, but he needs to see a doctor, and I promised him that I will find the best one for him. I know the Mount Hua Temple has a 1,000,000-year history in the lower heavens, but if I have to tear down this place to get to Li Shizhen, I will do it. However, the bald monks remained adamant on keeping Feng Yuxiang out of the temple. Leave. The person you are looking for is elsewhere. Even if you are heaven itself, you will have to leave. Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows. The monks at Mount Hua Temple are usually very reasonable and calm. Why are they acting so suspicious? Feng Yuxiang pondered for a moment, and then came to a realization. Oh, I know. One of your top monks must be in some sort of life-or-death medical condition. And Li Shizhen is healing that person right now. Whenever he is healing someone, he forbids anyone from disturbing him until he's done. Is that why you're not letting me disturb him? The monks were speechless as Feng Yuxiang's guess was spot on. How long do I have to wait? If you don't tell me, I will be mad, she said to them a moment later. However, Li Shizhen was not only healing one of their valued monks, but he also instructed them to keep his location a secret no matter what. and they rather listen to Li Shizhen, who has the sick monk's life on his hands. We will not repeat ourselves. Li Shizhen is not here. One of the monks suddenly said. Is that so? Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a low voice before she closed her eyes. After a moment of silence, Feng Yuxiang snapped open her eyes that had turned golden. She then released her spirit grandmaster cultivation before shouting in a booming voice that shook the entire mountain. Li Shizhen. How long do you plan on making this pitiful young lady wait out here in the cold? My body is freezing. If I die from hypothermia, I will definitely haunt you for the rest of your worthless life. The bald monks were speechless, but before they could even react, the doors to the temple opened in a forceful manner, and a handsome middle-aged man could be seen standing there with a terrified look on his face. Chapter 473. Li Shizhen. And Madame Feng. What are you doing here? The handsome middle-aged man exclaimed when he saw Feng Yuxiang's beautiful figure standing not far away from the temple. I have been looking everywhere for you, Li Shizhen. How dare you make me do so much work? Feng Yuxiang sneered coldly. And masterly. The bald monks were shocked when Li Shizhen actually came outside after hearing Feng Yuxiang's voice. Is she really that important to him? Just who is this fierce woman with a domineering aura that resembles powerful magical beasts? Li Shizhen looked at the monks and said, Don't worry, I have stabilized the head monk's condition. He only needs to rest now. Thank you, Savior. The monks there immediately lowered their heads and bowed to him with gratitude. Let my friend over there through, Li Shizhen then said. Right away. The monks no longer blocked her path and allowed her entrance. Should have done this in the beginning, she said as she walked past them. Once she entered the temple, Li Shizhen brought her to the guest room and served her tea. This is the first time you've personally looked for me. Did something happen? Do you need someone to be healed as soon as possible? Li Shizhen asked her after they sat down. Not really. I want to introduce you to someone. He needs your help, she said. Who? Did you finally find a husband after so many years? Li Shizhen joked. Feng Yuxiang narrowed her eyes and stared at him with a dangerous look. I guess you didn't learn from the last time, or maybe you forgot about it. How about I stick a rod up your ass to help you remember? This temple should have plenty of them, she then said in a cold voice. Li Shizhen immediately began sweating, and he said with a stiff smile on his face, Please have mercy. I still have nightmares about that incident. Although this person isn't my husband, he's a very precious person to me, she answered him regardless after a moment of silence. Precious? Now my curiosity has piqued. Tell me more. Li Shizhen said. He's my young master, she said. PFT. Li Shizhen suddenly turned his head away from Feng Yuxiang before spitting out the tea in his mouth. After coughing for a moment, he looked at her with disbelief in his eyes. Why, young master? Yes, I have accepted him as my master, she said. Li Shizhen's jaw dropped and he said, Heavens! A divine beast, a phoenix, no less, has accepted a master in the lower heavens? This is unprecedented. Li Shizhen was one of the very few people in the lower heavens that knew of Feng Yuxiang's real identity. What's so special about this young master of yours? Li Shizhen then asked. You will know once you meet him. When can you leave this place? It's already been a week since I left his side. I don't want to make him wait any longer. That is a tricky question. As much as I'd like to leave now, I still have a patient here. And you know that I cannot leave until I am certain that he's fine. What? I thought you said that you'd already stabilized his condition. Feng Yuxiang frowned. His condition has only stabilized. There are still many things that have to be done before he's cured. Unless you happen to have a 7-colored herb, then I can heal him and leave with you by today. 7-colored herb? I think my young master might have one, she said, recalling how he asked for its price before. Really? Li Shizhen was immediately filled with excitement. Then he frowned. Or are you saying that just to trick me into following you? Even if my young master has a 7-colored herb, he has no reason to give it to you, she said. 3 days. If you are not done by then, I will make you leave by force. Feng Yuxiang said. Li Shizhen smiled and said. 3 days should be more than enough. Have you forgotten who I am? I don't hold the title Divine Doctor without a reason. Whatever. I'm going to go look around the place until you're done. Just don't cause any troubles for the monks. Li Shizhen said. Feng Yuxiang didn't say anything back and left the guest room. Madame Feng. She has gotten softer. Is this the effect of this mysterious young master of hers? Li Shizhen mumbled to himself after Feng Yuxiang left. 3 days passed by in a flash, and Feng Yuxiang went to look for Li Shizhen to force him to leave with her if he wasn't done. I don't dare to make you look for me for a second time. Li Shizhen's voice suddenly resounded behind her. Are you done? She asked him. He nodded and said, yes. The head monk will make full recovery by next week. And then he asked, where are we going now? The Eastern Continent. Thus Feng Yuxiang and Li Shizhen left the temple shortly after, heading towards the nearest city with a teleport device, and they proceeded to teleport from city to city until they reached the Eastern Continent a few days later. After reaching the Eastern Continent, Feng Yuxiang said, if you can help my young master, I will forget about the debt you owe me. Really? Li Shizhen looked at her with pure bliss on his face. Only if you help him. If you turn out to be useless, I will make you pay that debt immediately. Li Shizhen swallowed nervously after hearing that. As long as it is related to medicine. Li Shizhen said. After traveling for another day, Feng Yuxiang and Li Shizhen arrived at Seashell City. Seashell City, huh? It's been over 100 years since I last visited this city. The last time I did, it was to cure the city lord. Li Shizhen reminisced his history with this place. Follow me. I can sense the young master aura from here. Feng Yuxiang said as she began approaching the city. Chapter 474, Divine Doctor. Thank you for your help. Here are 500 gold coins for the trouble. An old lady handed Yu Rou the reward for completing her quest. Thank you. After accepting the gold coins, Yu Rou left the store and grouped up with Yuan and the others waiting outside. How many quests have we completed in the last few days? I lost count at 21, said Yuan. I don't know, but we earned a lot of gold coins. At least if we compare ourselves to the majority of the player base. Yu Rou said. What do you want to do now? Continue doing quests? I think we should take a break from quests and do something more relaxing. Let's go to a restaurant and have some food. Yu Rou suggested. That sounds great. Yuan nodded. However, before they could go anywhere, a familiar voice resounded from the sky, and 2 figures descended from the heavens a moment later, shocking the pedestrians there. Young master, I am back. Feng Yuxiang called out to him from the sky as she descended. That's your young master? Li Shizhen raised his eyebrows with a surprised look on his face after sensing Yuan's spirit grandmaster cultivation base. He knew someone who could make Feng Yuxiang lower herself to become a servant wouldn't be an ordinary person, but to think he was a spirit grandmaster at such a young-looking age. It was quite shocking, especially since this is the lower heavens. Feng Feng? Yuan smiled when he saw her beautiful face. They're flying. Xia Jingyi mumbled in a dazed voice as she stared at them with disbelief on her face. I'm sorry for making you wait this long, young master. Please forgive me. Feng Yuxiang said to him after landing on the ground. Why are you apologizing? I should be thanking you instead. Yuan said. He then turned to look at the handsome middle-aged man standing beside her and said, Hello, you must be the Dr. Feng Feng told me about. Feng Feng? Li Shizhen laughed inwardly when he heard this cute nickname for Feng Yuxiang. He wanted to try saying it too, but he didn't dare to actually say it out loud, as that might result in a sword violating his butt. Li Shizhen then responded with a friendly smile on his face. Good morning, young master. My name is Li Shizhen, also known as Divine Dr. Li. I was told by Madame Feng here that you wanted to speak with me. Are you sick? Yuan nodded and said, Yes, I wanted to speak with you. Can we go somewhere more private before we continue? After all, there were hundreds of gazes watching them at this moment. Most certainly. I know the perfect place. Li Shizhen said. Yuan then turned to Yu Rou and the others before speaking. I'm sorry, but can you guys go ahead without me? I have some business to take care of now. Is everything okay, brother? Yu Rou asked him with a worried look on her face. Yes, everything is fine. I am just asking him for advice. I will tell you everything later. If you say so, then we'll see you later, brother. Xiaohua, can you stay with them just in case anything happens? Yuan said to her before they left. Okay. Xiaohua nodded. Thank you. Yu Rou left the scene with Xia Jingyi and Meishu a moment later, followed by Xiaohua. Shall we go now? Li Shizhen asked him. Yes, let's go. Yuan nodded. Li Shizhen proceeded to take Yuan to a nearby medicine store. In fact, it was one of the biggest and most popular medicine stores in the city. When the manager of that store saw Li Shizhen's face, he immediately kowtowed on the floor. Welcome to our humble establishment, Divine Dr. Li. Even though he had never personally met Li Shizhen before, there was not a single doctor in the lower heavens that didn't know of Li Shizhen. Do you mind if we use one of your private rooms for a bit? Li Shizhen asked him with a friendly smile. Please. Stay however long you want. I will even close the store until you leave so that there will be no distraction. The manager said. It's okay, you don't have to do so much. And for allowing us to use your place, I will give every doctor in this place an hour lecture if you wish. Thank you. Thank you very much. The manager began crying when he heard that Li Shizhen will be giving them a lecture. To receive a lecture from the Divine Doctor, even if it's just an hour, they will remember this for the rest of their life, and they can wear this achievement with pride. Yuan was left speechless after witnessing this scene, and he could only imagine how much of a big shot Li Shizhen was. Sometime later, Yuan and the others entered this private room somewhere inside the medicine store. Have a seat, Li Shizhen said. Once they were seated, Feng Yuxiang said, Before we start, let me give you some background about Li Shizhen and why you can trust him. Li Shizhen holds the title of Divine Doctor, a prestigious title that can only be held by the best doctors in the 9 heavens, and although he's currently staying in the lower heavens, Li Shizhen is actually from the upper heavens. What? Really? Yuan looked at Li Shizhen with a surprised expression. Li Shizhen nodded and said, There are plenty of divine doctors in the upper heavens while the lower heavens lacked one, so I willingly came down here to help those in need of it. I even restricted my cultivation base to the peak of Spirit Grandmaster, so that I can stay here without any problems. I have wandered around the lower heavens for over 1,000 years now, and I do not plan on returning to the upper heavens anytime soon, as there are still a lot of people who are in need of a good doctor in the lower heavens. Chapter 475. The reason for his condition. By the way, I have over 10,000 years of experience in the field of medicine, and there hasn't been a single patient that I haven't been able to cure since I became a doctor. Li Shizhen said. Yuan nodded. I will trust you. Though it was not like he never trusted Li Shizhen. Even if Li Shizhen didn't say any of that, Yuan would have still trusted him, as he was someone that Feng Yuxiang trusted enough to approach. Great. Now then, why don't you tell me what seems to be troubling you? Li Shizhen asked him a moment later. Yuan took a deep breath and proceeded to explain his situation to Li Shizhen without telling Li Shizhen that he was the person on the topic. I have this friend who grew incredibly sick out of the blue when he was young, and he has been crippled since then. Everything seemed to be normal for the first 7 years of his life, but then he suddenly lost his ability to see, becoming blind. 5 years later, his body suddenly stopped functioning, so everything below his neck became useless and numb to feeling, forcing him to stay in the bed. However, when the doctors checked his condition, they weren't able to find anything wrong with his body. They checked his blood, his muscles, and even his bones, but they were unable to find anything. The doctors said that he was perfectly healthy, yet he was unable to move. However, after 5 gruesome years, my friend finally started recovering after he started cultivating. He started feeling his body again, and now he can even move his limbs slightly. He's also a peak spirit warrior on the verge of breaking through to Spirit Master, but he still feels as though his body doesn't have any strength to it. He can feel his body overflowing with energy, but he cannot exert any of that energy. Do you have any idea what's wrong with him, and if there's any cure that will allow him to recover faster? Give me a moment to think about this. Li Shizhen said to him before closing his eyes and turning silent. Many minutes later he opened his eyes and spoke in a calm voice. This is an interesting case. Not to make fun of your friend. I have seen many cases similar to this, but there are some distinctive differences. One such case being qi deprivation. Once a cultivator reaches a certain cultivation base, they are required to continue absorbing spiritual energy to keep their bodies functioning. And if they stop absorbing spiritual energy for long enough, their bodies will slowly lose their functions. They will go blind and their bodies will no longer be usable until they start absorbing spiritual energy again, just like your friend, but this only happens when the cultivator purposefully stops absorbing spiritual energy. As cultivators, we subconsciously absorb the spiritual energy around us even if we don't actively cultivate. So one must forcefully stop their bodies from absorbing spiritual energy, or something is preventing them from doing so. However, that isn't the case for your friend, as he's only a peak spirit warrior, meaning he's not at the level where they can experience qi deprivation in such a manner. Furthermore, his problem began even before he started cultivating. After taking a moment to breathe, Li Shizhen continued. Now on to the second case, poison. There are powerful and deadly poisons out there that can have similar effects on humans if ingested. However, this is also unlikely for your friend, because you said that the doctors have checked his blood. Even an incredibly incompetent doctor would be able to detect the poison in his blood if had ingested some. Although there are undetectable poisons out there, none of them could cause the effects your friend is experiencing. At least I am not aware of any. Yuan nodded and said, I also don't think it was caused by poison. Then on to the last probability, and also the one that's most likely the cause of your friend's misfortune. Li Shizhen said. Yuan swallowed nervously, feeling his heart rate increase rapidly. Curse. Your friend was cursed. What? Yuan's eyes widened when he heard Li Shizhen's words. Your friend was cursed. Hence why the doctors cannot find anything wrong within his body, as most of them do not have the capabilities to detect even the weakest curses. The field of medicine and curses are vastly different, so unless they're a divine doctor like me, they most likely won't know anything about curses. Another reason that supports this theory is the fact that despite being a spirit warrior and feeling energetic, your friend cannot exert any strength. Now the question is whether your friend was cursed by another individual, or is it due to a natural curse? Li Shizhen pondered with a serious look on his face. Yuan was speechless, and he recalled his conversation with Dr. Wang some time ago. Although Dr. Wang also mentioned that he could be cursed, neither of them took such a theory seriously, as it was a ridiculous thought that curses could be real. And even though cultivation was proven to be real, that doesn't prove curses were real. After all, even though cultivation existed in both cultivation online and the real world, magical beasts that also exist in cultivation online don't exist in the real world. This meant that just because something existed in cultivation online, it doesn't always mean their world will also have it. Is there no other reason why my friend is like that? Yuan couldn't help but ask. If he's not cursed, then I don't have any idea what's wrong with your friend, as there's no illness that could affect one's body like what you explained to me. One could go blind due to illnesses, and one can even lose functions to their entire body due to illnesses, but to have a healthy body while having all of that problem just isn't possible. However, if your friend is cursed, then that would explain why his body is in that state despite being completely healthy, and that also explains why he started recovering when he started cultivating, as most curses have weakened effects on cultivators, especially the stronger they get. Li Shizhen said. Chapter 476, Northern Continent. I am fairly certain that your friend is cursed, but if you want me to be 100% certain, then I need to see the patient so I can personally examine his condition. Li Shizhen suddenly said. Li Shizhen's words took Yuan by surprise. I'm sorry, but that's impossible, he said a moment later. Impossible? Why? Li Shizhen raised his eyebrows. My friend comes from a super secretive and strict family, so getting even close to him is near impossible. Furthermore, he lives in a place that's very, very far away from this place. Oh, and something happened to his family recently, so it's even more difficult to see him now. Yuan made up some random excuse. After all, it was not like he could tell Li Shizhen the truth about his situation, as he'd sound crazy. Is that so? Li Shizhen doubted Yuan was telling him the truth, but he didn't say anything about it, as there must be a reason why Yuan was acting this way. And he continued, well, I don't really need to see your friend since you told me that he's already recovering, and I have cured many people without even seeing them, only by listening to their condition and symptoms. Thank you for understanding. Anyway, if my friend is really cursed, is there any way to remove this curse? Yuan then asked. Why don't you just let him drink some of your blood, young master? Feng Yuxiang spoke for the first time. Yuan looked at her and sighed. He's not like you, Feng. He's human. But that shouldn't matter. I'm no expert, but your blood clearly has the ability to weaken curses. It shouldn't have anything to do with being a human or not. Li Shizhen then said. Your blood has the ability to weaken curses? I have never heard of this before. How are you so sure his blood has such abilities, Madame Feng? Feng Yuxiang then explained to him about her condition. I drank his blood and the curse on me weakened, so I know it works. What? Is that true? Your curse weakened? Li Shizhen looked at her with wide eyes. Yes. Why would I lie about this? Feng Yuxiang nodded. Heavens. Li Shizhen mumbled in a dumbfounded voice. Anyways, since your blood has capabilities to weaken curses, as weird as this is going to sound, if you let your friend drink your blood, it could possibly work. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile on his face. Does this mean he'll have to drink his own blood? Even though he already has such blood flowing inside his body? This doesn't make any sense to him. I understand. But what if that doesn't work? Yuan then asked. Are there any more natural methods for getting rid of curses? I may have some knowledge regarding curses, but I know someone who's an expert with curses. If you'd like, I can take you to him so you can ask him yourself. He's not that far away from this place. We can get there in just a few hours. Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding. Okay, just give me a minute to let the others know. He then spoke to Xiaohua through their servant and master connection. Xiaohua, I am going to go meet someone with Feng and the Divine Doctor, and we have to leave the city for a while. Let Yu Rou and the others know, okay? I will try to return as soon as possible. Xiaohua's voice resounded a moment later. Okay, Xiaohua will let them know. Thank you. All right. We can go now. Yuan then said Li Shizhen. Sometime later, they went downstairs. Don't worry, I will return later to give you guys the lecture. Li Shizhen said to the manager of the store before they left. We will be fine even if the Divine Doctor cannot lecture us. We know you're a busy man after all. The manager said. When I, Li Shizhen, say that I will do something, I will do it. He declared in a domineering voice. The manager and the others in the store had nothing else to say after hearing such words, so they could only lower their heads and bow to him. Once Li Shizhen left the store, the manager said to the others, We're not going home until he returns even if it takes days. Yes. The others responded with anticipation in their voice. Meanwhile, after leaving the medicine store, Yuan followed Feng and Li Shizhen to another city that had a teleport formation. During their trip, Yuan asked Li Shizhen, If I heard correctly, you mentioned something about natural curses before. What did you mean by that? Can curses even occur naturally? Li Shizhen nodded and said, I think it'd be better if the expert explained it, but yes, curses can occur naturally just like how treasures can be born naturally. However, they're considered a phenomenon, something akin to natural disasters. Of course, natural curses are incredibly rare, and will only occur when certain conditions are met. I see. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, they entered a teleport device and teleported tens of thousands of miles in an instant. After that, they used the teleport device again to teleport even further, as each teleport can only travel a limited distance. They continued this 6 times before they finally stopped. Welcome to the northern continent, young master. Feng Yuxiang said to him with a smile on her face. The northern continent, huh? Now I only need to step onto the southern continent and the western continent, so that I can say I'd explore the entire lower heavens. he said in a joking tone. Follow me. He lives in a secluded area deep inside the mountain valleys, so teleporting there is impossible. Li Shizhen said to them a moment later. Yuan nodded, and they continued their journey to meet this expert on curses. An expert on curses, huh? I wonder what kind of person he's like. Yuan wondered to himself as they soared into the sky. Author's note. I had intended to release these chapters sooner, but Hurricane Ida happened and delayed everything due to no power or internet. I am okay, and will return to writing daily now. Chapter 477. Embodiment of Curses. After arriving at the northern continent and flying for around 4 hours, Yuan and the others arrived at this somewhat empty hill that only had a single small building, a tree, and a small pond beside the tree where 3 koi fishes can be seen swimming in circles. Upon landing on this hill, Li Shizhen went to knock on the door. However, nobody answered the door. That man probably went fishing, Li Shizhen said a moment later. Fishing? This time of the day? Yuan raised his eyebrows as it was getting dark. Yes, he's a weirdo. Li Shizhen nodded. Who are you calling a weirdo, you slobby doctor? A voice suddenly resounded. The door to the building opened, and a short old man with a bald head walked outside the next moment. If you were here, why didn't you open the door? What took you so long? Li Shizhen said with a frown on his face. I was taking a nap. If I didn't hear your annoying voice, I would have remained in bed. The old man exclaimed in a somewhat angry voice. Madame Feng? You're here as well? The old man suddenly noticed Feng Yuxiang, and immediately began smiling. How may I help you today, Madame Feng? Seeing the old man's attitude turn 180, when speaking with Feng Yuxiang, Li Shizhen shook his head. Damn old pervert, he snorted in a low voice. I am not the one who needs your help today. My young master needs your help. Feng Yuxiang said to him. What? Young master? The old man's eyes widened with shock. He then turned to look at the third person there. Whoa! Holy heavens! When the old man saw Yuan, he suddenly took a step back and shouted in a terrified voice, acting like he just saw a ghost. Is there something wrong? Yuan couldn't help but ask after seeing his reaction. Stay away from me. The old man shouted at him before running back into the house and slamming the door shut, leaving Yuan dumbfounded. Even Li Shizhen and Feng Yuxiang were left speechless by his reaction to seeing Yuan, as this was their first time seeing him acting in such a manner. What the heck is going on now, Jiayi? Li Shizhen asked him. Fuck you, Li Shizhen. I should be asking you that. Are you trying to kill me? Jiayi shouted from inside the building, sounding really angry for some reason. What? Why would I want to kill you? Have you finally gone crazy from old age? We're here to talk about curses. This young man has a friend that might be cursed, so we came here for your expertise. Li Shizhen said, feeling really confused now. Ah, that's really funny, because that young man you brought here is loaded with curses. Powerful curses that even I didn't know could exist. He has so many curses that I wouldn't be surprised if he was the embodiment of curses. Jiayi said, revealing his reason for his reaction. What? Am filled with curses? Yuan's eyes widened with shock. Even Li Shizhen and Feng Yuxiang were shocked to hear this. They turned to look at Yuan, but they couldn't see anything wrong with him. Come out here and explain yourself, Jiayi. I may not be as experienced with curses as you, but I can at least tell when someone is cursed, and I can't sense anything ominous coming from him. Li Shizhen said with a frown on his face. What do you know, you amateur? Have you forgotten about my special skill? I can tell whether someone is cursed or not at glance, no matter how weak or powerful the curse is. Jiayi said. Li Shizhen sighed. He then asked Yuan, Young master, do you have any idea what he's talking about? Yuan pondered for a moment before realizing something. Ah, do you mean the curse that's associated with my legacy? I had accepted a legacy recently, and the legacy contained a small curse. It's a curse called Minor Misfortunate, and it only affects my luck, he said. You heard him, old man. It's only a minor curse. How can you be scared of a minor curse? I have never seen you act so fearful in front of a curse before. Li Shizhen said to him a moment later, even laughing a bit. After a moment of silence, the door opened slightly, and Jia Yi peeked through the narrow space, but he didn't dare to come out. He looked at Yuan with a serious expression on his face and said in a solemn voice, "You think I would be afraid of a mere minor curse when I have dealt with even major curses before? Young man, you have more than one curse on you right now. In fact, there's so many that I'm amazed you're still alive." "Jia Yi, explain yourself. What do you mean by that?" Feng Yuxiang said with a deep frown on her face. Jia Yi then spoke. "Although the curse may be called minor misfortunate, it's actually a major curse. However, that curse might as well be a minor curse if not even lower compared to the other curses on him. There exist two types of curses in this world: artificial curses and natural curses. Artificial curses are caused by other humans whilst natural curses occur naturally if certain conditions are met. There are also many levels of curses: minor, major, supreme, and ancient, to name a few. The most common curses are naturally artificial curses. And as of this moment, I can see 6, 7, perhaps even more curses on him. And they're all above major curses. However, that's not even the shocking part. These curses on him, they're all natural curses as far as I can tell." "What? 7 natural curses? How is that even remotely possible?" Li Shizhen exclaimed, not daring to believe his ears. A single natural curse was already rare enough, much less 7. And they are all affecting a single person right now? Yuan looked down at his own body. He also couldn't believe it. Why does he have so many natural curses on him? Chapter 478, Celestial Rank Physique. "Young man, if you're here to look for my help, I am sorry, but I have to say that I am powerless against the curses on you. They're simply too powerful. I don't even dare to try to touch it, as it might worsen." Jia Yi said to him a moment later, "Is it really that serious? Isn't there anything you can do?" Feng Yuxiang didn't want to give up so easily, especially after learning how bad the situation really is. "Madam Feng, do you remember when I tried to help you with your curse but was defeated in the end?" Jia Yi suddenly asked her. Many years ago, Feng Yuxiang had approached him for help regarding her curse. "Of course. Even though you couldn't get rid of it, I still owe you greatly for your years of efforts." Feng Yuxiang nodded. "I have encountered tens of thousands of curses throughout my life, but I have never experienced powerlessness until I met you, Madam Feng. Your curse was my first defeat. However, as powerful as your curse may be, I still dared to try and defeat it." Jia Yi then turned to look at Yuan and swallowed nervously. "As for him, this is my first time experiencing fear. The curses on him terrify me so much that I do not even dare to approach him." It's okay. I understand your feeling," Yuan said to him. "You don't need to touch the curses on me, but do you have any advice for me? How does one normally get rid of natural curses?" he then asked. "That will depend on how you acquired those curses in the first place. Do you have any idea how you may have gotten those curses?" Jia Yi said. Yuan turned silent and began pondering to himself. After thinking for many minutes, he still couldn't think of anything, so he shook his head. "I cannot think of how I got these curses." Feng Yuxiang then asked, "Jia Yi, is it possible for natural curses to occur during birth? Like how some are born with powerful physiques while others are born without any physiques?" "Yes. If his ancestors were cursed and passed away without getting rid of the curse, there's a good chance that the curse might carry on to the future generations. However, there are only a handful of curses that are powerful enough to do such a thing. And this young man has more than just a handful of curses on him," Jia Yi said. "I see. Can you give me some examples of natural curses?" Yuan then asked. "Let's say your ancestor killed a lot of people. Enough people to create a mountain using their corpses. This could result in your ancestor getting cursed by the spirits of the dead people." Hearing such an example, Yuan couldn't help but recall that one dream he had previously when he dreamt about killing a lot of people. Enough people to create multiple mountains with their corpses and many rivers with their blood. Another case of a natural curse is when one is born with an extremely powerful physique, and they invoke heaven's jealousy or wrath. When that happens, the heavens might put a curse on that individual so that he doesn't affect the world too much. This has happened multiple times before in the upper heavens. A powerful physique? Young master, I'd say your physique is pretty heaven-defying, enough to invoke heaven's jealousy. Maybe it's your physique that caused these natural curses? Feng Yuxiang suddenly speculated. Really? What kind of physique do you have? Li Shizhen asked him out of curiosity. The heaven-refining physique, he said. Never heard of it. Li Shizhen shook his head. What rank is it? Divine rank? No, it's celestial rank. Did you just say celestial rank? Li Shizhen's eyes widened to the point where his eyeballs nearly rolled out of their sockets. Celestial rank? Feng Yuxiang had a different reaction, as she wasn't familiar with this grade. How high is that? She then asked Li Shizhen, as he seemed to know judging by his reaction. The celestial rank is 2 ranks above the mythic rank. Li Shizhen mumbled in a dazed voice. What? Feng Yuxiang and Jia Yi exclaimed in a shocked voice afterward. 2 ranks above the mythic rank. I didn't know it went that high. Feng Yuxiang then said. Of course you wouldn't know about it. It only exists in the 7th heaven and above. Li Shizhen said. And he continued. I only know about it because I once read about it in an ancient scroll from the 8th heaven. Ridiculous. Why is someone like that in the lower heavens? Where did you find this monster? Jia Yi said in a dumbfounded tone. That's rude of you, Jia Yi. And I didn't find the young master. He found me. Feng Yuxiang said. Anyways, I think I understand why you have so many natural curses. A celestial rank physique is something that could definitely invoke jealousy from the heavens. The stronger your physique, even bloodline, the more the heavens will try to hinder you. However, if you manage to overcome the heavens' jealousy, you will become unstoppable. Li Shizhen said a moment later. I have never seen anyone with a celestial rank physique before, but to invoke over 7 natural curses, I cannot imagine what could happen once you get rid of those curses holding you back. Wait, can you tell what kind of effects these curses have on me? Yuan suddenly asked him. Jia Yi shook his head and said, I can only tell you what kind of curses they are, but I do not know the details. He then stared at Yuan for a few more moments before speaking. Most of these curses are restriction curses, but there are a few that I cannot tell at all. Furthermore, there is a high probability that there are more than 7 curses on you and I just cannot see them even with my special talent. Since it's likely that these curses are caused by your physique, then there's only one way to undo them, by tempering your physique. Tempering my physique? Yuan mumbled to himself. This is his 2nd time hearing this phrase, with Su Jieqi mentioning it before. Chapter 479. Treasures in the Real World. I have heard it before, but what does it mean to temper my physique? Yuan asked Jia Yi a moment later. There are a couple of methods you can use to temper your body, but the most common ones are bathing in liquefied treasure and cultivating in a special area that affects your body. Jia Yi said. Bathing in liquefied treasure, huh? Yuan repeated to himself. I understand the first one, but what about the second method? What kind of special area do I have to cultivate in? Do you have any examples? There are multiple phenomenal places in the cultivation world, such as a mountain that has extreme yang qi, and if you have a physique that benefits from yang qi, you can cultivate there to temper your body. Another example is a place called the Frozen Sea where it releases extremely pure yin qi. So females with a special yin physique would go there to temper their body. Some methods are stress-free while others are incredibly painful. This should be obvious, but the stronger your physique, the more resources you'll need to temper it. And in your case, you'll probably have to go to hell and back, multiple times in order to temper your body. Yuan nodded and said, returning to the first method, are there treasures out there specifically for tempering one's body? Or can I just use any treasure for the bath? There are specific treasures out there for body tempering, young master. In fact, I have some with me. We can try it later. Feng Yuxiang suddenly said. Really? Yuan immediately became elevated upon hearing her words. Yes. Just let me know when you want to do it. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Let's do it tomorrow then. Okay. Sometime later, Jia Yi said. If you got nothing else for me, can you leave? I am barely keeping my sanity just by being around you. Sorry. Well, leave right now. And thank you very much for your help, senior. Yuan bowed to him. Do you still need me around? Li Shizhen then asked. If not, I will stay around for a little more, and I still have to give a lecture to the doctors back at the medicine store, he said. No, you can leave. Thank you for everything as well. I will definitely repay this debt in the future. Yuan bowed to him too. You don't have to repay me. I am a divine doctor. I don't accept payments for my assistance. And I didn't really do anything, only giving you some advice. Li Shizhen said. Still, I want to thank you for helping me greatly. Li Shizhen nodded and then said, very well. How about this? If your friend's condition gets better because of this, I will accept your gratitude. Okay, Yuan said. Let's go, Feng Feng, Yuan said to her before flying back to the nearest city with a teleport device. Once they were gone, Jia Yi opened the door and walked outside again. What more do you want from me? He asked Li Shizhen. Li Shizhen smiled and said, Wanna have a drink? It's been a decade since we last sat down together after all. I hope you brought something strong enough for me to forget about that little monster, said Jia Yi. Of course. The two of them entered the building and began drinking alcohol. Meanwhile, after they arrived at the city, Yuan said, Feng Feng, I am going to retire today. I will see you tomorrow early in the morning. Okay. Rest well, young master. Once Feng Yuxiang entered his body, Yuan logged off the game. When Yuan logged off, dinner was already prepared by Meishio. Meishio, I am finished, he said to her. I'm coming. Meishio entered his room a minute later with dinner. Yuan wanted to tell her about everything that happened today, but Meishio insisted that he finish dinner first. After dinner, Meishio cleaned the dishes before going back to his room and taking a seat beside his bed. All right. What happened? She asked him. You won't believe what happened today, Meishio. Yuan proceeded to tell her everything Li Shizhen and Jia Yi had told him. You're cursed? Meishio wasn't sure how to react after listening to his story. Do curses even exist in our world? She couldn't help but wonder this question out loud. I can only think of one instance where curses are mentioned in this world. When I asked Yu Rou about playing the zither in this world before, she told me that people used to use them many years ago, but people eventually stopped playing zither because of some curse. Give me a moment to look it up, Meishio said before taking out her laptop and searching about the curse on the internet. A minute later, she said, according to the internet, people stopped playing the zither because bad luck would fall upon those who touched the zither. Almost all zither players experienced misfortune, and many of them even died in accidents, incredibly unfortunate ones. Once the news spread, people eventually stopped playing the zither out of fear. Heavens! I didn't think the zither would have such a history in our world. If curses really exist, then maybe I am really cursed. Yuan sighed. Even if curses are real, how are we supposed to deal with it? You may be able to bathe in treasures in cultivation online, but there are no such treasures in this world. Meishio suddenly stopped speaking midway through her sentence. Then she started typing on her laptop. A few minutes later, she said, looks like treasures actually exist in this world as well. What? Really? Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice. Yes, and according to some people, they have treasures that contain spiritual energy, with some even granting special effects such as increased strength and hearing. However, compared to the treasures one can find in cultivation online, the treasures in this world are much weaker. What do these treasures look like? Yuan then asked. Well, they're mostly antiques and ancient medicine from the past, she said. After pondering for a moment, Yuan said, do you think we will be able to buy some of these treasures to see for ourselves? Well, they're incredibly expensive, with most of them going for millions of dollars. However, we should be able to afford them. Meishio nodded. Then let's buy some. If we don't have enough money, we can simply sell some things in the auction house again. Where can we buy them? Give me a minute. After looking on the internet for a few minutes, Meishio spoke. Looks like we can either buy them online or in real auction houses. People recommend buying them in person since there are many scammers out there. Real auction houses, huh? Let's wait a few more weeks before we go outside. Hopefully, the Cultivators Association will give up on you soon. Yuan said. Okay, I will do more research on this topic in the meantime. Sometime later, before Meishio went back to her own room to cultivate, Yuan said to her, Meishio, can you grab a knife from the kitchen and leave it on a chair beside my bed? Why? She couldn't help but ask after hearing such a weird request. Well, I have been thinking, if cultivation techniques from Cultivation Online work in our world, what about the other techniques? I want to try it out. Other techniques? Now that you mention it. Meishio was dumbfounded after realizing that too. But does it have to be a knife? That's very dangerous. What if you hurt yourself? She said in a worried voice afterward. Don't worry, I am just experimenting to see if it actually works or not. I won't do anything crazy, he promised her. Okay. Meishio then went outside to grab a clean kitchen knife and a chair before placing the knife on the chair beside the bed in Yuan's room. Meishio then proceeded to stare at the knife for a good minute before deciding that it would be better for her to stay in the room just in case anything happens. Yuan, I am going to stay here tonight just in case, she said to him. Okay. I don't mind, he quickly agreed. She then took a seat on the other side of the bed and started her cultivation. Meanwhile, Yuan prepared himself. After taking deep breaths, he began trying to recall the flying dagger technique that he was very used to by now. However, whether the flying dagger technique will work on a kitchen knife or not is an entirely different story. A few minutes later, Yuan successfully recited the full technique inside his head. Now it was time for the moment of truth. Whether it works or not. After taking a deep breath, Yuan used his divine sense to locate the knife sitting a few meters besides him. Once he located it, he tried to use flying daggers on it like he normally would in Cultivation Online. A moment later, the kitchen knife resting on the chair suddenly began to tremble, and he could feel an invisible connection to the knife. Yuan immediately became excited when he saw this, but the moment he lost focus, the connection disappeared and the knife stopped moving. It actually works. Let's try that again just in case I was only imagining it. With that in mind, he started using flying daggers on the kitchen knife again. This time, even though he was certain that the kitchen knife was moving, he didn't lose focus. A few moments later, the kitchen knife that had been sitting on the chair suddenly began levitating off the chair. It was flying. Yuan had successfully used flying daggers in the real world. Chapter 480. A work of art. Ha. It works. It really works. Yuan suddenly started laughing from sheer excitement when the flying daggers technique worked in the real world. Meishio stopped cultivating when she heard his laughter and turned to look at the chair. Her eyes widened with surprise when she saw the kitchen knife she used for dinner floating above the chair, almost like a magic trick. However, unlike a magic trick, there were no invisible strings attached to the knife. Meishio, look. It works. It's not just cultivation techniques. Even martial techniques from work in our world. Yuan said to her. Yes, I can see that. She mumbled in a dazed voice. A few moments later, the kitchen knife stopped floating and fell back onto the chair seat. Compared to, it's actually harder to control it. I should have sufficient cultivation base to use flying daggers flawlessly, but I am having difficulties controlling it, he said a moment later. However, it's not as though I don't have enough spiritual energy. Unlike using divine sense, it's not exhausting, so I think it's just a matter of inexperience. Once I practice some more, I should be able to use flying daggers more skillfully. Meishio then said, if you can use flying daggers, I wonder if there are any other cultivators that have succeeded, or how many have succeeded. I'm sure many people have tried to use martial techniques when they realized that cultivation techniques worked in the real world, but whether you succeeded or not is a different story, he said. There has been no news about this yet, but there's a good chance that some people have succeeded and are purposefully keeping it a secret. It's only a matter of time before someone lets the cat out of the bag, like the situation with cultivation techniques. Meishio agreed with him. Anyways, I am going to continue practicing this technique. If it's distracting, you can return to your own room to cultivate. I promise you that I won't do anything crazy, so you can rest assured. Yuan said to her. Okay, Meishio nodded and returned to her room. Yuan proceeded to practice the flying daggers technique until it was morning. After breakfast, Meishio asked him, "Are you going to be with us today?" "Yes, we will see you in a bit." "Where do you want to meet?" "Can you meet us at the Cultivator's Haven?" Yuan asked. "Okay. I will let them know." Once they entered, Meishio proceeded to wait for Yu Rou and the others while Yuan and Feng Yuxiang made their way back to Seashell City, using the teleport device. When they finally arrived at the city, Yuan and Feng Yuxiang went straight to the Cultivator's Haven, where Meishio and the others could be seen idling around. "Yu Rou," Yuan called out to them. "Welcome back, brother." Yu Rou ran to him with a smile on her face. "Are you okay? What happened yesterday? Where did you go?" She then bombarded him with questions. A stiff smile appeared on Yuan's face. Although he promised to tell her about everything once he returned, he wasn't sure about telling her that he was cursed, as that would definitely make her worried about him. "I will tell you later," he decided to delay it for now. He then turned to look at Feng Yuxiang and said, "I am ready." Feng Yuxiang nodded. "Let's rent a hotel room. We will need a bathtub for your tempering," she then said. "A bathtub? Tempering?" Yu Rou and the others were quite puzzled, but they didn't ask any questions for now and decided to follow Feng Yuxiang and Yuan. Once they were at the best hotel in the city, they rented out a room with the biggest bathtub. Inside the bathroom with the bathtub, Feng Yuxiang filled the bathtub with hot water before heating the already hot water even further, until the water was literally boiling. Ugh! Yuan swallowed nervously when he saw this. "I am supposed to bathe in this boiling hot water? That sounds painful," he thought to himself. "Are you going to temper your body, brother Yu Tian?" Xiaohua asked him after realizing what they were planning on doing. "Yes, I am." Xiaohua was kind of speechless, as this was quite sudden. Why did he suddenly decide to temper his body? Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang retrieved a dozen treasures and began tossing them inside the bathtub with the boiling water, quickly turning the clear water green. "All right, young master. You just need to bathe in this water and absorb the treasures now. However, I have to warn you that it's going to be painful." "Of course it's going to be painful. You're telling him to jump in boiling water," Yu Rou said with a worried frown on her face. Feng Yuxiang laughed out loud after hearing her words, and she said, "The boiling water won't hurt the young master. Have you forgotten about his cultivation base? It's the treasures that will do the hurting. Go ahead, young master. Try touching the water normally," Feng Yuxiang then said to him. Yuan nodded and dipped one of his fingers into the boiling water. And to his surprise, "It doesn't hurt at all. It's actually quite warm," he exclaimed in a surprised voice. "Really? Let me try." Yu Rou also dipped her finger into the hot water, but she had a different reaction. "Ah, it burns." Feng Yuxiang shook her head and said, "The young master may not have physically tempered his body before, but his cultivation is high enough to naturally protect his body against boiling water. You could have told me before I tried." Yu Rou sighed. Sometime later, Yuan asked, "I just need to bathe in this water, right?" "That's right." Feng Yuxiang nodded. "Okay." Hearing her confirmation, Yuan started taking his clothes off in a nonchalant manner while everyone was present. Xia Jingyi's face flushed with redness when Yuan suddenly began stripping, as this is her first time seeing a fully naked man. Young master's bare body. What a work of art. Feng Yuxiang chuckled inwardly as she stared at his refined body with an intensive gaze. Chapter 481 Body Tempering. Yu Rou and Meixia's eyes widened when Yuan suddenly stripped without any warnings. Although they have seen his naked body plenty of times by now since they had to clean his body, seeing the naked body of a cripple who cannot move, and seeing the naked body of a fully functional person gave two different feelings. Brother, you should have at least warned us that you were going to strip. There are ladies in here," Yu Rou quickly said to him. "Huh." Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner, clearly ignorant about these kinds of situations. In his mind, some boundaries between men and women didn't exist. Although he has only seen one naked woman in his life, Lan Yingying, she didn't have such a reaction when they were both naked before, so he didn't think too much about it. Furthermore, Yu Rou and Meishio have seen his naked body countless times, and they have even touched it before when they had to clean his body. Not to mention the number of times he bathed with Yu Rou. Seeing Yuan's puzzled reaction and calm demeanor, Yu Rou realized that she never really taught him common sense when it comes to things between women and men. After all, she never thought he would need this kind of knowledge, and it would also be embarrassing for her to teach someone older than her these kinds of things. Forget it. Yu Rou sighed. Sometime later, Yuan entered the bathtub and sat in the center in the lotus position. Despite the water still at boiling point, Yuan couldn't feel any pain, only comfort. I just need to cultivate and absorb the treasures in the water, right? Yuan asked while looking at Feng Yuxiang. Yes. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Okay. Yuan proceeded to take a deep breath before clearing his mind. He then started cultivating. However, the instant he started absorbing the treasure, he felt sharp pain all over his body, almost like there were swords and daggers poking his pores. Ah! Yuan cried out loud and immediately stopped absorbing the treasures, startling the people in there. Are you okay? Yu Rou asked him. This is painful. It's like I am being pricked by needles all over my body, he exclaimed. Feng Yuxiang then said in a calm voice, I warned you that it was going to be painful, young master. Body tempering isn't easy. There's a reason why there are so few body refiners in the cultivation world, compared to ordinary cultivators, since many people cannot endure the pain. Are there any ways to lessen the pain at the very least? Yuan asked. Feng Yuxiang shook her head. Unfortunately, there are no easy ways out of this. You either endure it or give up. In fact, the pain will only intensify as you continue to temper your body. Yuan frowned when he heard this. However, as much as he wanted to give up, he needed to get rid of the curses. After taking a moment to calm down, Yuan tried to absorb the treasures again. The sharp pain quickly returned, and Yuan gritted his teeth to endure the pain. And just like Feng Yuxiang said, the pain only became worse the more he tried to absorb the treasures. What felt like needles poking at his body at first now felt like there were needles entering his body through every pore that was absorbing the treasures. The pain penetrated deeper and deeper in this body as time went on. Yuan had to give up a few times due to the intense pain, but he would eventually try again. Yu Rou and the others watched with nervous looks on their faces. Seeing Yuan in so much pain also made them experience imaginary pain all over their body. Feng, how long does it normally take to temper one's body? Yu Rou asked her. How long does he need to endure this? Feng Yuxiang looked at Yuan and said, Since this is the young master's first time doing body tempering, I didn't use too many treasures, just enough to let him experience it. If he continues to absorb the treasures at his current rate, he should be done in a few hours. A few hours? Yu Rou was shocked. She expected this to last only a couple of minutes at most. It was unimaginable that one needed to endure such pain for hours. Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, If you think a few hours are bad, imagine tempering your body for weeks, even years. An hour into tempering his body, Yuan was beginning to adapt to the pain, but that didn't mean it wasn't painful any longer. In fact, the pain continued to worsen the longer he tempered his body. Is that blood? Yu Rou suddenly noticed the water turning slightly red. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Yes, but you don't have to worry. It won't cause any permanent damage to his body. The young master has actually increased the rate he's absorbing the treasures. If he continues at this rate, he should be done after another hour. And just like Feng Yuxiang predicted, after soaking in the bathtub of treasures, Yuan opened his eyes when he finished absorbing all of the treasure in the water. Near the end, since had already absorbed most of the treasure by then, the pain was no longer as strong, allowing him to relax until the end. How are you feeling, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him. Exhausted, yet refreshed at the same time, almost like I'd been reborn, he said with a smile on his face. Congratulations on your first body tempering, young master, she said. Thank you. Yuan then stood up from the bathtub. However, the very next second, Xiaojingyi released a startled cry. Ah! Ha! Yuan turned to look at Xiaojingyi, whose face was fully flushed with redness, and she even had her hands covering her eyes. Yu Rou and Meixia's jaw dropped when they realized why Shizhen reacted in such a manner. "Be brother! Quickly, turn around!" Yu Rou shouted at him in a panicked voice. "What?" Yuan became even more puzzled, and he turned to look at Feng Yuxiang. "Young master." Feng Yuxiang cleared her throat and pointed at the area between his legs, her face slightly rosy as well. Seeing this, Yuan looked down at his body, and to his surprise, between his legs, there was something long and majestic pointing at the heavens. Chapter 482. Unable to calm down. What the? Yuan was surprised to see the thing between his legs suddenly grow in size and become as stiff as a rock. As this was his first time experiencing such a phenomenon, he turned to look at Feng Yuxiang and asked her in a calm voice, "What's happening to my body? Is this also the effect of the treasures? I guess there was a treasure in there that improved one's stamina." Feng Yuxiang said in a stiff voice, mostly because she also didn't expect that it'd result in Yuan's precious area getting more stamina as well. "Is this a bad thing or a good thing?" Yuan then asked. "I think it will be fine. It should calm down later," Feng Yuxiang said with a nervous look on her face, silently hoping to herself that it calmed down by itself. "Okay." Yuan believed her and got out of the bathtub. Yu Rou and Meifeng stared at Yuan's glistening body. Although they wanted to look away, they were unable to for some reason. Meifeng then noticed Xiaohua also staring at Yuan with a calm look on her face, yet there was a hint of intrigue within her innocent gaze. After drying his body, Yuan wore his clothes again, but it felt different than usual, even a little uncomfortable with the way his body is currently reacting. "This is uncomfortable and is somewhat inconvenient to walk around," said Yuan with a slight frown on his face while looking at the obvious bulge between his legs. Feng Yuxiang swallowed nervously at the sight of the Yuan's bulge. Despite being over 100,000 years old, she had zero experience in these kinds of situations. "You can try cultivating to calm it down," Feng Yuxiang then suggested. "I will do just that." Yuan nodded, and he left the bathroom shortly after. He then took a seat in the middle of the room and began cultivating. Of course, since he was sitting down, it made the bulge in his pants even more obvious. "This is super awkward," Meifeng muttered in a low voice. "Right? We have taken baths together for many years, so I have seen his naked body plenty of times, but I am still embarrassed by it," Yu Rou said in a somewhat bragging voice. Yu Rou suddenly turned to look at Xiaohua, who started approaching Yuan for some reason. Once she stood in front of him, Xiaohua squatted down and stared at the bulging area with a profound look on her face. What are you doing?" Feng Yuxiang asked her in a dumbfounded voice. Xiaohua then pointed at the bulge and said, "Why is it like that?" Xiaohua has never seen anything like that before. Ah, Xiaohua's innocent question left the others in the room speechless. Turns out there was another person that was clueless about these kinds of topics besides Yuan in their group. That is what happens when your body is overly excited. Feng Yuxiang gave her a brief explanation without going into depth. "Don't worry, it will go away soon," she then added. Xiaohua nodded and no longer paid attention to this phenomenon on Yuan's body. Sometime later, Shizhen spoke in a low voice. "Wow, the speed he's cultivating at is very astonishing. Is this because of his cultivation technique?" "I guess you can say that." Yu Rou nodded. After spending a little over an hour cultivating, Yuan suddenly stopped and opened his eyes. He then turned to look at Feng Yuxiang and said to her in a complaining tone, Feng, it's not working. I cannot even cultivate properly because it's very distracting down there. And I think it's starting to hurt as well." Feng Yuxiang began sweating when she heard this, and she wondered if the treasure was too powerful, or if Yuan had absorbed too much of the treasure. After all, normal cultivators would only be able to absorb a portion of the treasure, while letting the rest go to waste. If Yuan's godlike physique also allowed him to absorb more treasures than one normally could, it would make sense why his body hasn't calmed down yet. Feng, what exactly did you use for my brother's bathwater?" Yu Rou decided to ask her. Feng Yuxiang showed a nervous smile and said, The treasure that's causing his condition is most likely the endurance yang root. It's a very popular treasure among male body refiners since it refines their muscles and boosts their endurance. However, there's a slight side effect, and that being a slight aphrodisiac effect. Aphrodisiac effect. You made my brother absorb that kind of evil medicine. Yu Rou was speechless. I swear it wasn't done on purpose. Normally, one would only be able to absorb about 10 to 30% of the treasures, so this side effect won't affect the person too much if any at all. However, I might have overlooked the young master's unique physique, hence this situation. I'm sorry. I won't put something like that in the young master's bath again, she apologized. Don't worry about it, Feng Feng. I know you don't have any bad intentions. However, this is a problem. I can't move around like this. How long will this effect last before it naturally goes away? Yuan then asked her. As 7 days. She muttered in a low voice. An entire week. Yuan exclaimed. There was no way he'd be able to endure this an entire day, much less a whole week. Is there anything we can do to relieve it quicker? Yuan then asked. The room instantly turned silent, and the ladies turned to look at each other. Clearly, none of them wanted to be the one to tell him. After a moment of silence, Feng Yuxiang cleared her throat and spoke with her back straight. Ahem. Since I am the reason the young master is in pain, I shall bear all responsibility. She then turned to look at Yuan and said with a bashful expression on her beautiful face, Please follow me to another room, young master. I will take care of it. Chapter 483. Relieving his pain. Contains mature content disclaimer. Read at your discretion. You can skip this chapter without needing to worry about missing key information about the story. Wait just a minute. Yu Rou quickly stopped them. Is there something wrong? Feng Yuxiang asked her. Of course. Everything is wrong. What do you think you're going to do to my brother's pure body? Obviously, I am going to help him relieve his pain. Feng Yuxiang spoke in a calm voice and acted as though it was natural. And she continued. Unless you want to help him instead. Feng Yuxiang narrowed her eyes at Yu Rou, who trembled at the thought of relieving Yuan. And nonsense. I am his sister. You're asking for the impossible. She quickly refused. Yu Rou then turned to look at Meifeng and said, Meifeng, you do it. I trust you with Brother Tian's body, more than I trust Feng Feng, after all. What? Meifeng looked at her with wide eyes and even took a step back from shock. Why you want me to? I don't think I can do something like that. Meifeng quickly shook her head and refused. Even though she had touched Yuan's divine sword before, it was necessary to clean him, and it wasn't done with any vulgar intentions. Furthermore, she was too embarrassed to do it knowing there are people waiting for her to relieve him. If she was alone with Yuan, perhaps she might reconsider. See, if nobody is willing to relieve the young master, I will have to be the one to bear this responsibility. Feng Yuxiang said with a quick shrug and a somewhat smug look on her face. Xiaohua can help Brother Tian. Xiaohua suddenly offered her assistance. The others looked at her with raised eyebrows. Regardless of her real age, letting someone like Xiaohua deal with this situation would cause outrage if known. Furthermore, Xiaohua was as innocent as Yuan herself when it came to this topic, so even if they allowed her to help him, she wouldn't know what to do. It's okay, Xiaohua. Let the adults bear this responsibility. Feng Yuxiang said to her. Meanwhile, Yuan was absolutely clueless as to why they were arguing about this, as he just wanted to relieve this pain between his legs, so he didn't care who had to do it. Let's go, young master. Feng Yuxiang said to him. Feng Feng, don't go overboard. Yu Rou warned her with a serious frown. Feng Yuxiang nodded before going to another room with Yuan, closing the door behind them. The place quickly turned dead silent. I can't believe this is happening. Xia Jingyi mumbled in a dazed voice after a moment of silence. I am going to go out and get some fresh air. Yu Rou said. I will come with you. Meifeng followed her outside. Xiaohua looked at them with her eyebrows slightly raised, unable to comprehend why they were unhappy about Feng Yuxiang helping Yuan relieve his pain. Meanwhile, inside the bedroom, Feng Yuxiang cleared her throat before speaking. Young master, please take off your clothes, just the lower part is fine. Yuan nodded and obediently removed his pants. Although it felt a little weird, he didn't think too much about it, since this was only to cure his condition. After taking off the lower part of his clothes, Yuan sat on the edge of the bed with his sword standing upright. Young master, I am only doing this to help your condition, so excuse me in advance for touching your body. Feng Yuxiang said as she kneeled in front of Yuan. Seeing Feng Yuxiang kneeling right in front of him, Yuan raised his eyebrows, and his heart began beating faster for some reason. After taking a deep breath, Feng Yuxiang moved her hands towards the stiff rod located directly between Yuan's legs. Yuan immediately felt a chill go down his back when he felt Feng Yuxiang's soft hands touching his thing. Feng Yuxiang's body also trembled when her hands touched Yuan's hot rod, feeling it twitching in her hands. Once she had a good grip on Yuan's rod, Feng Yuxiang began to gently move her hands in a stroking motion. Yuan was baffled by what Feng Yuxiang was doing to his body, as this was completely new to him. However, as weird as it looked, it actually felt incredibly pleasurable, so Yuan didn't stop her, and allowed Feng Yuxiang to continue. How does it feel, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him in a nervous voice a few minutes into their session. Never could she have imagined that she would one day use her hands to please a man in such a manner, a human too. I don't know. It feels good, but it also hurts a little, mostly when you move your hands down. He gave her his honest feedback. It does look a little dry. Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a low voice. However, there was no water around her, and she didn't want to leave the room to get some water now that they were in this kind of situation. After pondering for a moment, Feng Yuxiang decided to use her saliva. Young master, I am going to use my saliva to get rid of the dryness. It'll most likely stop the pain, she then said to him. Okay. Yuan nodded despite the weird idea. Once she had his approval, Feng Yuxiang moved her mouth closer to his rod before spitting some of her saliva onto it. Once it was soaking wet with her saliva, Feng Yuxiang continued to massage Yuan's rod. What about now? Feng Yuxiang asked him a moment later. It feels much better. I don't feel the pain anymore, he said. Then I will move a little faster. Feng Yuxiang started stroking his rod faster. A few minutes later, Yuan felt an indescribable feeling shock his body. I need to go to the bathroom, he quickly said to Feng Yuxiang after realizing what this feeling was. However, Feng Yuxiang said, It's okay, young master. Just let it out here. I will clean it up later. Are you sure? Yuan was baffled by her answer. Yes, she confirmed. A moment later, Yuan could no longer hold this feeling back and gave up on trying. The next second, Feng Yuxiang shouted in a startled voice when a burst of white substance shot out from Yuan's rod and went straight onto the wall a few meters behind her. However, it didn't stop after the first shot, and it continued shooting out the white substance, splattering the wall with white stuff all over. Yuan's body collapsed onto the bed after releasing everything, feeling incredibly exhausted afterward. Feng Yuxiang looked at her hands that were also stained with Yuan's sticky white stuff with a dazed look on her face. She then looked at Yuan's rod, and to her surprise, it was still as stiff as a rock. Why, young master, looks like we'll have to do this a couple more times before you release all of your excess energy. Feng Yuxiang said to him. Is this really going to help? Yuan asked her a moment later. Yes, but since the treasure you absorbed was quite powerful, it'll take some time before we can fully relieve it. Okay. Sorry for the trouble, Feng. Yuan said to her with an innocent look on his face. Seeing Yuan's innocent expression, Feng Yuxiang felt incredibly guilty for some reason even though she was trying to help him. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang continued helping Yuan release his excess energy. As for Yuan, since he recently climaxed, his rod was more sensitive than before, allowing him to feel the pleasure from Feng Yuxiang's hands even more. Author's note: I know this novel has been pretty PG rated up to this point, and this chapter just went up a level. I have yet to decide whether I want to make this novel more mature or keep it PG, so I want some feedback. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Even if I decide to make this novel more mature, it won't be as mature as Dual Cultivation if you have read it before. Just some flavor here and there to spice the novel up a bit, I guess. Do you want more mature scenes like this or no? Why and why not? I know the character development is slow, but Yuan will eventually grow up, and keeping him innocent forever isn't realistic even for a fictional novel. Therefore, let me know your thoughts in the comments. Cheers! Chapter 484. A Secret. HAHA. Yuan laid on the bed while breathing heavily. Okay, young master. I am done. Your condition has finally been relieved, Feng Yuxiang said to him as she stood up. After spending a few hours in the bedroom, Feng Yuxiang has managed to extract a week's worth of excess energy from Yuan's body, but absorbed too much treasure from his body tempering. Thank you, Feng. Yuan said to her afterward. I am merely doing my job as a servant, young master. There's no need to thank me, as it was my fault you were in that condition in the first place. Feng Yuxiang said as she used her phoenix flames to clean the sticky white substances in the room without damaging the walls or floor even in the slightest. Anyway, you can stay here and rest until you're ready to move again. I will be outside with the others. Oh, and can you keep whatever happened in here a secret between us, young master? Yes. I don't think I want them to know either. Yuan agreed. Thank you, young master. I will see you later. Despite her calm voice, Feng Yuxiang's face was fully flushed with redness, and her steps were a little unbalanced, looking a little tipsy from drinking too much. Once Feng Yuxiang left the room, Yuan continued to lay on the bed with a look of wonder on his face. Today he has experienced a new world, one that he would forever remember. Sometime later, when Yu Rou noticed Feng Yuxiang coming out of the room, she quickly approached her and said, I hope you didn't do anything you weren't supposed to. Feng Yuxiang showed a smile on her face and said, Don't worry, I only did what was necessary to help his condition. I respect the young master's body as much as you do, so I wouldn't dare to do whatever you're thinking. Anyways, the young master's condition has been fixed. I am going to get some fresh air. I probably won't be back for a while. Feng Yuxiang then left the building and flew away, not returning for a couple of days. About an hour after Feng Yuxiang left, Yuan emerged from the room with a refreshed look on his face, and even his aura experienced a small change. Brother, are you okay now? Yu Rou asked him with a slightly rosy face, trying her hardest to not look away from him. Yes, I am fine now. What happened inside? To everyone's surprise, Xiaohua was the one who asked him this question. Yuan chuckled and said, That's a secret. A secret? Everyone there looked at him with wide eyes, their imaginations running wild. By the way, where's Feng? Yuan then noticed that she was missing. She went outside for some fresh air, and she also said that she won't be back for a while. Yu Rou said. Oh, I see. Sometime later, Yu Rou asked, What should we do now, brother? Whatever you want, I guess. Well, I am not sure what I want to do, but I am tired of doing quests, she said. Then do you want to just explore the lower heavens? What do you mean by exploring? Do we just walk around? Yuan nodded. Yes. We don't need to do anything special, just travel around the world like we're going on a massive trip. I want to see as much of the lower heavens as I can before I move up to the next realm. A journey around the world, huh? That does sound like a good idea. Yu Rou nodded. What about you, Jingyi? You don't have to follow us if you don't want to. I don't mind following along. Besides, I don't really have anyone else to play with, and I also enjoy being with you guys, she said. Okay. Then it's decided. Let's go on a journey. Do you have any destination in mind? Yu Rou then said to Yuan. Not really. I was going to ask Feng to see if there were any cool places we could go in the lower heavens. What about you, Xiaohua? Do you know of any places like that? Xiaohua shook her head. I can look online and see if there are any places like that, Yu Rou suddenly said. Okay. Let's also wait for Feng to return before we leave. Yuan said. They proceeded to walk around the city until it was late, and had to log off for dinner. After dinner, Meifeng asked, Yuan, do you want a shower tonight? You released a lot of sweat today. Okay, he said. Meifeng then carried Yuan into the bathroom with the wheelchair, and just as Meifeng prepared to remove her clothes so it doesn't get wet, She remembered that Yuan could see again with his divine sense, so she restrained from going inside the bathroom naked like she normally would. After rinsing his body with some warm water, Meishu began scrubbing his body with her soapy hands. When she reached his lower area, Meishu paused her movements momentarily after recalling what happened today. A moment later, she started cleaning Yuan's cute thing that was a contrast to what she saw earlier today. When Yuan felt Meixia's soft hands touching this area, Yuan couldn't help but remember what Feng Yuxiang did to him, and his body naturally reacted with an erection. Meishu swallowed nervously when she saw this, and she tried her best to clean it with a clear mind. However, Yuan suddenly asked her, "Meishu, I thought my body only reacted like this because of the treasure, so why is it like this now? Did the treasures from the game affect my real body too?" Ah! Meishu was left speechless by Yuan's innocent question, and wasn't sure how she should respond to him. Should I just tell him? As much as she wanted to avoid this topic, Meishu knew that it was impossible, and that he would have to learn about it eventually, and keeping such important knowledge from him would only hurt him in the long run, especially since his body is recovering. Therefore, Meishu has decided to teach Yuan what it means to be a man and why his body reacts the way it does. Chapter 485. What it means to be a man. Meishu closed her eyes and took a couple of deep breaths before opening them with a resolute expression on her beautiful face. Yuan, I know none of this is your fault because of how the Yu family raised you, but you're too innocent and ignorant for someone your age. You're already 18 and adult. You cannot continue living like this, especially since you'll eventually recover from your condition. Meishu said to him in a sighing voice. What do you mean? Yuan asked her in a nervous voice. You have been playing instruments since the day you entered the Yu family. And that is all the Yu family has ever taught you, ignoring your common sense and other important knowledge. You were also crippled at a very young age, even going into isolation, which limited your knowledge even further. I am trying to say that you're missing a lot of common sense. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke in a low voice. Then what am I supposed to do? Meishu then said, You don't have to do anything, Yuan, because I will help you. I will give you the knowledge that the Yu family didn't care to give you. What it means to be a man. Meishu then looked at his stiff rod and continued. Let's start with this. Yuan's body trembled slightly when Meishu suddenly touched his stiff area, but the way Meishu held it felt a little different than usual. The condition you're in right now is called an erection. It happens when your body is stimulated with excitement, and most of the time, it is sexual excitement that causes it to react in such a way. As sexual excitement? What is that? Yuan asked, as he never really had the chance to experience it for himself because he would only focus on music almost all of the time. Furthermore, besides Meishu, Yu Rou, and the servants working in the Yu family, Yuan barely had any contact with females. Sexual excitement is when you feel aroused, Meishu explained to him. It's a natural feeling of desire you get for the opposite gender when you're interested in them, or whoever you want to embrace. I don't understand that feeling. Yuan sighed. It's okay. You don't have to understand it now. You just need to be aware of it. Meishu said. And she continued. Now, whenever one feels aroused, their body will react a certain way. And when it comes to men, the thing between their legs will react the way your body is currently reacting. Of course, there are other situations that could make your body react in such a manner, but most of the time, it's arousal. I see. Is that why my body is acting like this? Because I am aroused? Yuan asked in an innocent and calm voice. Well, only you can really tell. Meishu said. Yuan then said, when you touch that area, my mind would remember what Feng did to me to help me relieve it, and my body started to feel warmer. What Feng did to you? Meishu raised her eyebrows. Well, I cannot give you any details since I promised Feng that I'd keep it a secret, but she used her hands like you. Yuan said in a slightly embarrassed voice. I see. Meishu could imagine what had happened between Feng Yuxiang and Yuan after he just said. Although you may not understand the feeling of arousal, your body can be naturally aroused even if you don't know it yourself, and that is most likely what is happening now. Then how can I get rid of this feeling? Yuan asked. That feeling will naturally go away if you stop thinking about it, Meishio said. The reason it didn't go away before was because of a medicine that affected your body, so it wouldn't calm down until you used the other method to calm it down. That method? Yuan mumbled. Yes, it's most likely what Feng did to help you. Yuan swallowed nervously, and he asked, does it matter which method one uses? After a slight pause, Meishio said, yes, it does. Although one can ignore their arousal and let it calm down naturally, that feeling doesn't actually go away very effectively, and will eventually build up. And as it continues to build up, it could affect one's mind negatively, and make them do things they normally wouldn't do, which is also called sexual frustration. So one should use the second method to relieve themselves once in a while. Meishio then looked at Yuan's rod that was in her grasp, and she continued. Now that you have learned about arousal, you'll most likely be experiencing them more often. What? Is that how it works? Yes, it is. Especially since you're at that age. I see. Then what should I do? If I cannot keep ignoring it, I will have to relieve myself, right? That will be difficult in my condition. Yuan sighed. Meishio took a deep breath before speaking. Don't worry, Yuan. I will do it for you. Really? Are you sure? Feng acted weird afterward when she did it for me, so I thought she didn't like it. I don't want you to do something you don't like. Feng acted weird not because she didn't like it. It was because she was embarrassed. Normally, a woman won't willingly do something like that if she didn't like the person, and nobody forced her, so she definitely didn't mind it. Meishio said. Furthermore, I was trained to relieve you if you ever needed it. Meishio said inwardly, as she didn't dare to tell him out loud. I see. It's relieving to know that she didn't hate it. Yuan released a sigh of relief. Seeing Yuan's good-natured character, Meishio felt something weird in her heart. Then let me relieve you now. You have been naked long enough. If we stay like this any further, you might catch a cold. As she finished her sentence, Meishio began moving her hands, stroking Yuan's stiff rod more skillfully than when Feng Yuxiang experienced it with her hands. This is my first time doing this on a real person, Meishio thought to herself as she pleased Yuan's sword with her hands. When her mother trained her to take care of Yuan's every need, it was only on toys and mannequins, so this was her actual first experience. A few moments into their session, Yuan's body could already feel the difference between Meishio and Feng Yuxiang's hand techniques, and that difference was quite vast, almost like heaven and hell. When Feng Yuxiang stroked it, it was much more forceful and fast, and she would sometimes grip onto it with too much strength. However, when Meishio strokes it, he could feel the tenderness in her slow and gentle movements, almost like she was treating his thing like a treasure, and it was a constant feeling. Furthermore, Meishio would use her other hand to massage other areas while her main hand was busy relieving his sword, enhancing the effects of her already skillful techniques. Yuan's body reached its limit in just 3 short minutes under Meixia's skillful hand techniques. Feeling the rod in her hands twitching, Meishio said in a soothing voice, "Go ahead. Let it out and relieve yourself." Hearing her voice, Yuan removed the blockade and released a stream of white substance from his lower body. And right before Yuan released his stress, Meishio placed her other hand a few inches away from his rod, so that his release wouldn't go everywhere in the bathroom. Meishio could feel something warm and powerful shoot into her hands the next moment, and it would continue shooting into her palms for a couple more times before it stopped. "How are you feeling?" Meishio asked him afterward. "Like something was relieved from my body." "Thank you," Yuan said to her. Meishio then washed away the white stuff on her hand and the floor with the shower head. Once that was done, she proceeded to rinse the soap from Yuan's body. A few minutes later, she carried Yuan back to his room and dried his body with towels. "Let me take a shower before we continue our talk, okay?" Meishio then said to him. "Okay." Meishio then returned to the bathroom to take a shower, taking much longer than she normally would for some reason. Once she was eventually done, Meishio returned to Yuan's room and continued to educate him about things that the Yu family never taught him. Chapter 486, An Unexpected Find. "Thank you, Meishio, for the lesson. I will keep in mind everything you have taught me today. Yuan said to her after spending an hour getting lectured about the differences between men and women. Then I will go back to my room now. I am more exhausted than usual for some reason, Meishio said to him. Okay. Good night, Yuan said to her. Once she returned to her room, Meishio buried her face into the pillow and proceeded to suffocate herself until she could no longer endure it. However, she was unable to calm down despite doing that. I have done it. I really did that to him, Meishio cried inwardly, recalling what she'd done to Yuan inside the bathroom. Although she'd expected to do such things and even more before for Yuan when she was being trained by her mother, that was years ago, and they were no longer in the Yu family. Furthermore, their relationship has evolved to being much more than just a servant and master. Meishio would proceed to spend the entire night thinking about how she should act when around Yuan. As for Yuan, he slept like a baby, instantly falling asleep a few seconds later. And if one went into his room while he slept, one would see a gentle smile on his face. Meanwhile, around the same time at the Yu family, a middle-aged man wearing a black suit stood before Yu Yong and Tang Li. Master Yu, Madam Tang, we have discovered her location. This middle-aged man said. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Where is Meishio right now? Yu Yong then asked this middle-aged man, who had hired to investigate Meixia's whereabouts. After looking through some of the surveillance cameras in the streets, we have managed to locate the building Meishio lives in, and it's an apartment about an hour away from this place. During our investigation on Meishio, we also found something unexpected, that she appears to be with Yu Tian. What? Meishio is with that useless thing? Are you sure? Why didn't the chairman tell us that when he visited? Tang Li exclaimed in a surprised voice. Mr. Johnson nodded and said, we saw them entering the apartment together, and after speaking with Chairman Zhao, he confirmed that there was a cripple in a wheelchair with Meishio at the Cultivators Association. We even have a picture from the surveillance. Mr. Johnson proceeded to show them a picture of Meishio pushing a wheelchair that carried Yuan. Yu Yong frowned and said, she left the Yu family to be with him? Why am I not surprised? She was trained by Meifeng to be his personal maid at one point. Of course there's someone with him. That trash can't possibly live by himself now that Yu Rou is no longer helping him. However, does this also mean that Meifeng had lied to us about Meixia's situation? I refuse to believe that she didn't know about her daughter's situation. Tang Li then said. Yu Yong raised his eyebrows and said, Meifeng has remained loyal to the family ever since she joined the family. I don't believe that she would lie to us, though we should still talk to her about this just in case. Anyway, this is an entirely different situation that can be dealt with after our current one. Can you bring Meishio back to us, Mr. Johnson? Yu Yong asked the middle-aged man. He nodded and said, although we have located her whereabouts, we have yet to locate her exact location. We know where she lives, but we don't know where exactly, and the building owners refuse to give us access to the surveillance cameras without a proper reason. What are you trying to say? It's just an apartment. Go knock on every single door until you find her. That's why we hired you, Tang Li said with a frown. Mr. Johnson smiled and said, Madam Tang, we were only paid to locate her whereabouts, and that is exactly what we have done. The contract doesn't state that we have to do anything else once we find her location. The frown on Tang Li's face grew deeper, but before she could speak, Mr. Johnson continued. In case you forgot, Meishio was called a cultivation genius by Chairman Zhao himself. If that's the case, there's a good chance that she's a high-level cultivator at this moment. Even if we knock on every door and find her, we cannot physically force her to come with us if she refuses, since our team doesn't have the manpower to do so. If there's a chance that we must use force to bring Meishio back to the Yu family, we will need to hire more people, cultivators that are powerful enough to bring her back. However, powerful cultivators are not easy to find. Do you understand where I am getting at? Yu Yong pondered for a moment before speaking. In other words, you are asking us for more money. Is that correct? Mr. Johnson merely smiled at his question, his answer clear. I don't care how much it will cost. I want her back at the Yu family. We can simply have Chairman Zhao cover the cost of the operation, and more when we give him Meishio, Tang Li said in a cold voice. Very well. I will immediately assemble a team of powerful cultivators to bring Meifeng back. It should be done by the end of the week, Mr. Johnson said. As for the price, we will calculate everything once we get the team together before sending them to you. Once we receive the payment, we will immediately bring her back, Mr. Johnson said, implying that unless they receive the money, they wouldn't do anything. Although the Yu family is a powerful family, they were not completely invincible and almighty in this world, so not everyone will be willing to work for them without money, which is the real power. After Mr. Johnson left the place, Yu Rou summoned Meifeng to their home despite it being incredibly late at night. Meifeng, who was asleep at the time, had to wake up and make her way to their place after being called, but she didn't complain, as she puts her master's needs before her own needs. Half an hour later, Meifeng arrived at the Yu family. Chapter 487, Questioning Meifeng. Meifeng, have you found Meixius' whereabouts yet? Yu Rou asked her the moment she arrived at the house, acting as though he didn't have a single clue. Unfortunately, I have not, Meifeng said, and she continued. I tried calling her every day, but she hasn't responded to a single call. Are you sure you don't know? Tang Li asked again, narrowing her eyes. I don't understand. Are you implying that I know her whereabouts? That I am lying to you? Meifeng then asked, feeling something was off about their atmosphere. Yu Rou then retrieved a photo and placed it on the table, showing a picture of Meifeng and Yuan on the street. It was the same photo given to them by Mr. Johnson. Your daughter is currently taking care of that trash, and she left the family shortly after he was disowned. This doesn't seem like a coincidence, and I refuse to believe that you, her mother, didn't know about this, Tang Li said. And she continued. You know what I think? I think you knew about her whereabouts this entire time and purposefully kept it from us. In fact, you probably even helped them. Meifeng remained silent after hearing Tang Li doubt her loyalty, even suspecting that she had something to do with Meixius' disappearance. However, she didn't panic. With all due respect, Madam Tang, I have worked for the Yu family for nearly my entire life, and I had sacrificed everything in order to do so. Why would I risk all of that over something like this? The last time I spoke with Meifeng was right before she left. She told me that she wanted to leave the Yu family to explore other options in life. Meifeng isn't bound to a contract, nor did I have any reason to convince her to stay since she's already an adult, so I didn't say anything and allowed her to leave. Meifeng said, subtly reminding them that Meifeng wasn't under a contract, so they cannot force her to stay. Meifeng then continued without giving the Yu family a chance to speak. Allow me to be blunt, masters. Meifeng has admired the young master ever since he was adopted into the family, and she had even endured countless hours of training from me just to become his servant. However, because of what happened to the young master, she was reassigned to the young lady. I am not saying that she doesn't care about the young lady, but she has always dreamed of being the young master's servant. Since the young master got removed from the family, Meifeng, who is not bound by a contract, most likely decided to leave the family, so that she could finally fulfill her dream as the young master's servant. Of course, this is all speculation, but other than logical reasoning, I am also her mother, so I know what she thinks. Yu Rou and Tang Li were left speechless by Meifeng's words. After a moment of silence, Yu Rou said, I don't doubt you, Meifeng, but just to be safe, let me see your cell phone. Since you claim that you call her every day, you must have a record of it in your phone. The Yu family expected Meifeng to make an excuse to get out of this situation, but to their surprise, Meifeng said, I understand. She then retrieved her cell phone and handed it over to Yu Rou without making any excuses, or showing even the slightest sign of being worried. Yu Rou then opened her phone and checked the call record. His eyes widened with surprise when he saw that Meifeng had actually been calling Meixius' phone number every single day without fail ever since Meifeng left the family, and she would sometimes even call Meifeng multiple times in one day. However, there was not a single successful call within the call records. I apologize for doubting you, Meifeng. Really, if what offended you, please forgive us. Yu Rou immediately apologized to her. Yu Rou valued Meifeng's loyalty and presence in the Yu family very highly, probably only second to his own wife. This is mostly because of Meifeng's contribution to the Yu family throughout the years. It could be said that without Meifeng assisting them, their family wouldn't have survived for this long. While Yuan have boosted their wealth to a significant amount, they have always been rich. However, Meifeng had helped them stabilize their position within the entertainment industry and much more. Hence why Yu Yong couldn't afford to anger or offend Meifeng. Even though Meifeng was under a contract with their Yu family, she could actually leave the family if she truly tried, and Yu Yong couldn't afford to lose someone like her. Especially not when the entire world was changing at a rapid pace because of the cultivation craze. I am neither mad nor offended, just slightly disappointed that I don't have all of your trust just yet, Meifeng said. Don't worry. You have my complete trust starting now. Yu Yong reassured her. However, Tang Li wasn't happy with the results and she was still suspicious of Meifeng, but she didn't say anything and merely kept a frown on her face. Meifeng then asked, if you don't mind me asking, why are you so fixated on finding Meishio? Yu Yong sighed and decided to tell Meifeng everything. To tell you the truth, we're not really the ones who are looking for her. It's Chairman Zhao, the current chairman of the Cultivators Association. Apparently, Meishio has incredible talents in cultivation, which attracted Chairman Zhao's attention, and he wants to buy Meishio from us. What? Meifeng's eyes widened upon learning the truth, showing a little surprise for the first time. Therefore, we have hired investigators to look for her. They have recently found her whereabouts, and they are planning on bringing Meishio back soon. What about Meishio? What if she doesn't want to join the Cultivators Association? Meifeng asked. Meifeng, you should know by now that if someone is powerful enough, they can do whatever they want. Chairman Zhao is definitely someone powerful enough to do as he pleases. If he truly wants Meishio, there's nothing you nor the Yu family can do about it. Yu Yong sighed again. Chapter 488. Don't underestimate him. Sometime after listening to the whole story from Yu Yong, Meifeng prepared to return home. Meifeng, I know she is your daughter, but there's nothing we can do. I guess we can only be happy for Meishio that she'd caught the attention of someone prestigious like Chairman Zhao. If she's with him and the Cultivators Association, I am sure that she will live a fulfilling life. And I apologize again for calling you here so late in the middle of the night. You can take tomorrow off if you'd like. Yu Yong said to her before she left. Once she was in her car, Meifeng drove straight home while pondering the whole way there. The chairman of the Cultivators Association. He's definitely not someone the Yu family can deal with, much less Meishio. This is troublesome. After returning home, Meifeng went straight to the locked drawer beside her bed. She then opened it and retrieved a burner phone and opened it. A moment later, she dialed a number. Hello. Meishio answered the phone call quicker than Meifeng had expected since it was way past midnight. Why are you up so late at night? Meifeng asked her. I can ask you the same. Why are you calling me so late at night, mother? You've gotten a lot more courageous since you left the Yu family, to the point where you even dare to talk back to me, Meifeng said. Anyways, let me get straight to the topic. Are you aware how much trouble you're in right now? Trouble? What are you talking about? Meixia's puzzled voice resounded. Do you remember when I told you that Chairman Zhao from the Cultivators Association had contacted the Yu family? Well, the Yu family has hired investigators to find out your whereabouts, and they have learned about the apartment. However, that's not even the worst part. They know about the young master as well. What? Meishio exclaimed in a surprised voice. The Yu family went out of their way to hire investigators to look for her? Just how desperate are they trying to recruit her to the Cultivators Association? Even if they know about our location, does it really matter? I am no longer with the Yu family, nor do I want to join the Cultivators Association. It's not like they can force me either. Meishio said. Meifeng sighed. You are underestimating the world of adults and how influential some people are, Meishio. There are some people out there who are so powerful that you have no choice but to agree. As for the Yu family, they will make you return to the family whether you like it or not, and they will sell you to the Cultivators Association. In fact, the investigators are already preparing a team of cultivators to force you to return to the family. What? What should I do? I cannot leave you. Yu Tian's side now. Meishio said. You can move out of that apartment before they get you, but that will only delay them since they will eventually find you again. And it won't be easy moving in the street without being seen when you have to travel with the young master in his condition. Therefore, you can only confront this matter from the front. What are you trying to say? Meishio asked. Do you remember what I taught you? What you should do if there are people who threaten the young master's safety? Meifeng asked her. I can't forget it even if I want to. Meishio mumbled in a low voice. Good, and since you're a cultivator, you should be even more powerful. Just make sure you don't kill them, and you should be fine. Make sure you report it to the police afterward just in case. I won't be contacting you again for a while since the Yu family is suspecting that ID helped with your disappearance. Once you have dealt with the problem, call me on my burner only after midnight. I understand. Make sure you keep the young master safe, since there's a good chance that they might use the young master to force you to return. A slight smile appeared on Meixia's face when she recalled Yuan's flying dagger technique and said, Don't underestimate him, mother. He may not be able to move properly, but I doubt there's anyone more powerful than him right now. Meifeng was left speechless for once by Meishio. What do you mean by that? She couldn't help but ask. You'll find out eventually, mother. Anyway, I am going to get some sleep. You should too. Good night. Meishio closed the connection before Meifeng could even respond. This little girl definitely got more courageous, even a little cheeky. Something must have happened. Meifeng mumbled to herself before lying on her bed and falling asleep. Meanwhile, Meishio laid on the bed and stared at the ceiling with a dazed look on her face. I just want a peaceful life with him. Why is everyone making things so complicated? She sighed in a low voice. After a moment of silence, she muttered in a cold voice. I won't let anyone take him away from me now, no matter who they are. Meishio then fell asleep for 2 short hours before waking up to prepare breakfast. Good morning, Meishio. You look tired. Did you not get enough sleep yesterday? Yuan greeted her while using his divine sense. Yuan, I have some bad news, she said. What happened? Meishio sighed and said, It's the Yu family. They hired investigators to find me, and they now know about our location, including the fact that you're with me. Yuan remained silent for a moment before speaking. Even if they know about our location, what are they going to do about it? Force you to go back? Meishio nodded. From what my mother told me when she called me last night. Yes, what? How is that even legal? Yuan exclaimed. Well, it's not, but when you're powerful and influential like the Yu family, and the fact that they're supported by the chairman of the Cultivators Association, there's really pretty much nothing they cannot get away with as long as it isn't mass murder. Meishio sighed. Chapter 489, More Kitchen Knives. That's unfair. If they don't need to follow the rules because they are powerful, then this is no different than the cultivation world. Well, if you really think about it, the cultivation world and this world are pretty similar in some aspects, especially if you're rich and powerful. Meishio said. Yuan sighed. What should we do then? Move. He asked a moment later. I asked the same, but my mother said there's no point since they will find us again sooner or later. Miss Meifeng? Then what did she suggest? She told us to confront them. Confront them? How? By chasing them away, I guess. What? She wants us to chase them away? Is that even possible? I will try. Don't tell me you're going to fight them. After a moment of silence, Meishio said, If it gets to that point, but you don't have to worry about me because I can protect myself just fine. I am more worried about you since you are vulnerable in that condition. Even if you say that. Anyway, even if they are targeting me, it is my job to take care of you, and I won't be able to do that if they take me away from you. Yuan sighed. Looks like we won't be able to play with Yu Rou and the others until this is all over. I will have to apologize to her later, he said a moment later. I will stay out here just in case they knock on the door. Okay. After breakfast, Yuan entered. Morning, brother. Where's Meishio? Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi greeted him. She won't be on today. Actually, we won't be able to play for the next few days. What? Why? Did something happen? Yu Rou frowned. Yuan nodded and said, the Yu family hired investigators to find us, and they are now planning on forcing Meifeng back, so that she could join the Cultivators Association. Yuan explained the situation to them. What? They're still on that? Unbelievable. How can they treat Meifeng like that? I am going to speak with my parents later. Yu Rou exclaimed in an angry voice. Xia Jingyi was shocked. This was her first time hearing about their situation, too. Do you want me to talk to my parents about this? We can probably do something about them entering the apartment. Xia Jingyi said. Yuan shook his head and said, it's okay, I am sure we will be fine, and I don't want to drag your family into our trouble. Okay, but give me a call if you ever change your mind. Brother Tian, what is this Cultivators Association? Xiaohua asked him. It's a complicated situation. I don't think I can even explain it. Yuan said to her. Don't worry, I will be back in a few days hopefully. Until then, you guys can play without us. I don't think we can play in peace knowing that you're in trouble. Yu Rou sighed. Stay safe. I will still let my parents know so that they can keep watch, but they won't intervene unless absolutely necessary. Xia Jingyi said. Thank you. Yuan nodded. What are you going to do in the meantime? Yu Rou then asked. Well, we're going to see what they're going to actually do. Until then, I really cannot say. Okay. Keep us updated. Yu Rou said. Sometime later, Yuan logged off the game. Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi also logged off shortly after since they were no longer in the mood to play. I have told Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi about the situation. Yuan said to Meifeng afterward. Now we just wait, huh? Meifeng sighed. I am going to practice the flying daggers since that is the only way I can help you in case you're in trouble. Yuan then said. Flying daggers? You'll kill them. Meifeng chuckled. Yuan remained silent, his thoughts unknown. Anyways, I am going to cultivate too. Hopefully, I will be able to break into Spirit Warrior before they find us. Meifeng said before returning to her room. Once Meifeng left, Yuan mumbled in a low voice. If I have to protect you, sometime later. Yuan cleared his mind and began practicing flying daggers, making incredible progress in just a single day. Whoosh! A kitchen knife flew around the room like a paper airplane, but unlike a paper airplane that could not be controlled, Yuan could control the direction and speed of the kitchen knife with precision. Once he was confident with controlling a single kitchen knife, Yuan wondered if he could control two of them at once. Although he has only ever tried to control one dagger at a time even in Cultivation Online, that was only because he only had the Starry Abyss, and that was the only dagger he really ever needed. Meifeng, sorry to disturb your cultivation, but can you bring in a few more kitchen knives? Yuan called out to her. A minute later, Meifeng came into the room with 2 more kitchen knives in her hands, and she asked him, why do you need so many knives? I want to see if I can control more than one at a time, he said. More than one? Well, just don't overboard and hurt yourself. Meifeng said as she placed the knives on the chair. Once Meifeng left the room, Yuan immediately began trying to control 2 knives at once. And to his surprise, he was able to lift 2 knives at once. However, he quickly learned that while he could levitate 2 knives at once, controlling them simultaneously was an entirely separate story. This is much more difficult than I'd expected. Yuan sighed out loud as he proceeded to spend the rest of the day trying to control 2 knives at once. The following day, Yuan continued to practice his flying daggers while attempting to break through to Spirit Master. Time passed quickly, and before they were aware, almost a week had passed. Meanwhile, somewhere in the city, Mr. Johnson stood before 4 individuals emitting profound auras, all of them with cultivation at the 7th level with one even at the 8th level. Chapter 490, Going from Door to Door. Our target this time is a genius cultivator named Meifeng. This is what she looks like. Mr. Johnson showed them a picture of Meifeng. One of the cultivators immediately whistled. Whoa, what a beauty! She's not only beautiful, she's also a cultivation genius. Don't underestimate her, or you might regret it. Mr. Johnson said. And he continued, according to the Cultivators Association, Meishio claimed to be at the 9th level of Spirit Apprentice. If this is true, she has one of if not the highest cultivation in the city. 9th level? No wonder why you called 4 of us to kidnap a single girl. However, even if she has a high cultivation base, it won't matter if she doesn't know how to utilize it properly. I highly doubt she'll cause any trouble for us, or are you underestimating us, huh? Scorpion is right, Johnson. So what if she's at the 9th level? She's still within Spirit Apprentice. The difference between each level as a Spirit Apprentice isn't that vast. Even if we have a lower cultivation base, our combat experience will make up for it, said another person there. She's just a little girl. I doubt we'll face any troubles when dealing with her. In fact, I can even take her by myself. Hearing their confident voice, Mr. Johnson said, Since you're all so confident, I won't bother going into the details. Just bear in mind that you're not allowed to hurt her too badly. The chairman of the Cultivators Association has a great interest in this girl. If you hurt her, or even worse, damage her cultivation talents, you'll have to bear responsibility. What? The chairman of the Cultivators Association is also in on this? Just what is so special about this girl beside her cultivation talents? One of them asked. Our job isn't to ask questions. Just do whatever you are being paid to do, Mr. Johnson said. He then placed a map on the table and pointed at the clear red dot on the map. This is her whereabouts, but it's an apartment, and we don't know which room she is living in exactly, so we'll have to knock on every single door until we find her. What a pain in the ass. But we're getting good money for such an easy job, so I won't complain too much. When do we carry out this mission? As soon as possible, said Mr. Johnson. All right. We'll start right now. Sometime later, the 4 hired cultivators left the briefing room and made their way to their destination. Once they arrived, they changed their clothes, wearing uniforms meant for carriers, disguising themselves as someone who makes deliveries. There are 27 floors in this apartment, and it will take forever if we go through it 1 floor at a time, so let's split up into a group of 2. One group will check the even-numbered floors while the other group searches the odd-numbered floors. If we find Meishio, immediately contact the other group. The other 3 nodded. According to Johnson, Meishio is living with only one other person, a cripple, so she should be the only one answering the door. Once they decided on their groups, they entered the apartment and started knocking on doors. Hello. You have a delivery. I don't remember buying anything online. Some old lady answered the door a moment later. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have made a mistake. When someone that wasn't Meishio answered the door, they would move on to the next door. If someone doesn't answer the door, they would note it down so that they could try again later. The 4 cultivators proceeded to knock on doors for the entire morning. 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 9th floor, 10th floor, 13th floor. The 14th floor meanwhile, inside 17F on the 17th floor, Meishio silently absorbed the spiritual energy inside her room. For the past week, she has done nothing but improve her cultivation base. As for Yuan, he would continue practicing his flying daggers technique. Suddenly, somebody knocked on the door, but it was not their door. It was the door closest to the elevator. Hello. Delivery. Hearing this noise, Meishio opened her eyes and stopped cultivating. She then stood up and walked to Yuan's room and said to him in a low voice, They're here. What now? Let's just pretend we're not here for as long as possible. Okay. Thus, they ignored the banging on the doors and the man shouting delivery. The knocking on the door continued for another minute until it stopped. However, the knocking returned a few moments later, but it was still not their door. This continued until the knocking eventually reached their door. Hello. Delivery. A minute later, the knocking stopped. Once all of the doors on their floor had been knocked on, the cultivators went to the next floor. At the end of the day, the 4 cultivators returned to the car. No luck, huh? What now? Well, we have narrowed down the rooms. We will revisit the doors that didn't answer today again tomorrow. And we will continue this until we narrow the choices enough. Once there are less than 10 rooms, we will force our way into these rooms and see for ourselves. Sounds good. They left the apartment shortly after and wouldn't return until the following day. The next day, they returned to the apartment and started knocking on doors again, but they only visited those that didn't answer them yesterday. By the end of the day, they narrowed the choices by half. Only 21 left now. They lowered that number to 15 the next day, then 11, and finally down to 7 on the 4th day. Meifeng must be in one of these 7 rooms. There is 1 room on the 7th floor, 1 on the 9th floor, 2 on the 17th floor, 1 on the 21st floor, and the last 2 on the 25th floor. Let's work our way up tomorrow and get it done by the end of the day. Understood. Chapter 491 Midnight Invasion. Hey, what the hell is taking so long? We're already past our deadline. Mr. Johnson called the 4 cultivators on their 4th day on the job. Calm down, Johnson. We'll get the job done by tomorrow. It took longer than expected just knocking on the doors. That bitch Meifeng is definitely avoiding us on purpose. Maybe she is somehow aware that we're looking for her. What? How is that possible? Unless someone warned her about us, it's impossible that she's aware of our operation, said Mr. Johnson. She probably can't hear your knocking because she's playing. If that's the case, it'll make things even more convenient and a breeze when we take her. Whatever. Just get it done by tomorrow, or your check will see some deductions. Mr. Johnson said. What? Not our pay. Then hurry up and get the job done before the Yu family complains even more. Mr. Johnson yelled at them before closing the line. You heard him. We better finish tomorrow or our salary will suffer. If that's the case, why don't we do it tonight? It'll be much easier to kidnap someone at night. You're right. Let's just finish it tonight. Once everyone agreed on finishing the job tonight, they went to prepare for it. A few hours later, when the sky had turned pitch black, the 4 cultivators returned to the apartment with a lockpicking kit and started breaking into the rooms that didn't answer them for the past 4 days, starting with the room on the 7th floor. Click. Once they unlocked the door, they silently made their way into the room and began looking around. Inside the apartment, they could see 2 people laying on their beds with the gaming console on their heads. Seeing this, they approached them to take a look at their faces. Once they confirmed that neither of them was Meifeng, they silently left the place, leaving the 2 people completely unaware that they'd just experienced a breaking and entering. Next was the 9th floor, and just like the previous apartment, everyone living inside was fully immersed within, completely unaware that they had 4 intruders inside their home right now. After leaving the 9th floor, they made their way to the 17th floor, and immediately began working on the door that was closest to the elevator. Luckily for Yuan and Meifeng, their door was the furthest away from the elevator. Inside the first room on the 17th floor, they could see a family of 4 currently sleeping. The moment the cultivators saw 4 people, they turned around and left the room, as they were only expecting 2 people at most. Once they left that room, they began working on the second door on the 17th floor. Meifeng, who had been cultivating in her room, suddenly opened her eyes when she could hear subtle noises coming from the door. They're breaking in? Meifeng quickly realized what was going on, and immediately stopped cultivating. She then took a deep breath and silently left her room to wait for them to enter their house without notifying Yuan about the invasion, as there was a good chance that they'd break into their home before she could warn him, and it would be smarter to keep the noises to a minimum. Click. The lock to their door suddenly became unlocked, and the door slowly began opening the next moment. Meifeng could see a shadowy figure enter the house a few seconds later. However, before he could take 2 steps inside their peaceful sanctuary, Meifeng, who had been hiding right beside the door, suddenly threw a quick but powerful jab at the unsuspecting invader's lower jaw. Crack. The sound of bones cracking resounded, startling the other 3. They quickly realized what was going on when the man that entered the room first suddenly fell onto the floor with his neck bent at a weird angle. Shit. Scorpion is down. Is he even still alive? The other 3 immediately got into position and prepared themselves. Show yourself, Meifeng. We're here to bring you back to the Yu family. Let's not make things difficult. One of them said to her from outside their home. Meishio appeared before them a moment later with the moonlight shining on her beautiful figure, and on her face was a cold expression that complemented the atmosphere quite well. I won't go back to the Yu family. If you want me to go back, you'll have to force me. We don't want to hurt you. If you agree to follow us quietly, we will promise to leave that cripple inside alone. Meishio frowned when they pulled Yuan into the topic, even threatening her with him. You may have taken out one of us by surprise, but now that you've lost your advantage, you won't be able to take on the three of us by yourself. All of us have over 10 years of experience in the military, while you're just some little girl with slightly higher cultivation than us. Give up and you won't get hurt. I don't like to repeat myself. If you want me to return to the Yu family, you will have to force me. Meishio said. Then don't blame us if you get hurt. Get her. The man in the front immediately stepped forward to try and grab Meishio while the other two followed behind, but since the door only had enough room for one person to enter at a time, Meishio didn't have to worry about fighting all three at once. She casually took a step back, forcing them to enter the door one by one. Once the first person entered the apartment, Meishio immediately propelled herself forward, so that the person could not move forward, blocking the other two from entering. You're overestimating yourself. The man went to grab Meishio again, even utilizing a grappling technique he'd learned from the military. However, to the man's surprise, Meishio avoided his grappling technique perfectly, almost as though she knew about the technique and its flaws. What? Before the man could react, Meishio suddenly extended her arm and grabbed the man's neck with a claw-like hand. The man's eyes widened with surprise, but he subconsciously reacted and used both his arms to grab Meixia's slender arm to try and pull it away from his neck. However, he quickly realized that even with two hands, he was unable to remove Meixia's arm that was clutching onto his neck, almost like it was made of steel and permanently attached to his neck. Wait. Let's talk. A cracking noise resounded midway through the man's sentence, silencing him. The man's body immediately limped afterward. Why you killed him? The remaining two invaders standing outside the door were in disbelief when they saw Meixia's merciless action. How could someone so beautiful and seemingly so innocent take another life so casually? Meishio released her clutch on the man's neck, dropping his lifeless body on the floor. So what if I killed him? It's self-defense. Meishio then spoke in a cold voice that sent chills down their spine. Why, you're fucking crazy. You won't get away with murder even if you use self-defense to justify it. And you killed two people. And there will be two more corpses if you don't leave us alone, Meishio said. Fuck. I am outta here. I am not getting paid enough to risk my life with this psycho. One of them suddenly turned around and ran towards the emergency staircase, not even bothering to take the elevator. Seeing his comrade leave, the remaining person there also decided to leave, as there was no chance that he was going to fight Meishio alone. You better enjoy your last moments here since you'll be going behind bars soon, the man said to her before disappearing from the scene. Once the invaders left, Meishio released a sigh of relief. She then retrieved her phone and dialed a number. A moment later, Meifeng's voice resounded. What happened? They broke into our apartment, said Meishio. After a moment of silence, Meifeng finally responded. Since you are able to call me, I will assume that you've taken care of it. Yes, I took care of it. But I might have gone a little overboard, she said. You killed them? Meifeng asked in a solemn voice. No. I held back my strength as much as possible, but they will definitely die if they don't receive any medical care soon. Yeah. Meifeng sighed out loud. Then she said, call the police. I will be there soon. Okay. Meishio then hung up and called the cops to explain the situation to them. Chapter 492. The police arrives. Once the noises stopped, Yuan shouted out loud in a nervous voice from his bedroom. Meishio, are you okay? Since his divine sense wasn't powerful enough to see what was going on at the door, he had no idea what had transpired. Only that they had been invaded and Meishio was dealing with the invaders. I am okay. Meixia's voice resounded a moment later, and she continued, I have driven away the invaders, but it might get a little rowdy here since I have just called the police. Thank heavens you're fine. Yuan released a sigh of relief after hearing her calm voice. Sometime later, Meifeng entered the room so that Yuan could actually see that she was okay, and she proceeded to explain the situation to him. I can't believe they actually broke into our home to try and take you away, Yuan said with a deep frown on his face. It has been a while since he felt this much anger, and all of this was caused by the Cultivators Association and the Yu family. I didn't want to blow this situation up, so I reported it to the police as a random robbery. Even if we tell them that the Yu family had hired them to take me back, they wouldn't believe it, and I'm sure the Yu family will have some sort of excuse ready in case they get investigated. Despicable, Yuan muttered in a suppressed voice. He didn't feel this angry when the Yu family abandoned him, nor when they kicked him out of the house. However, breaking into their home and trying to force Meifeng back had caused him to feel emotions that he didn't know were possible. What would have happened if Meifeng didn't have the capabilities to protect herself? Yuan didn't even dare to imagine it. What's going to happen now? He asked her after calming down. Well, the police are on their way here, but so is my mother. We'll just have to see how things go, Meifeng said in a calm voice. You're awfully calm about this situation, Meifeng. Yuan noticed this and said. I guess. But panicking won't help. Though I think it's mostly because I know that my mother will be here, Meifeng said. Sometime later, the police arrived at their apartment along with some ambulances to take care of the two unconscious men that were on the verge of dying. Can you tell me what happened? The police officer asked Meifeng with his notepad and pen in his hands. Meifeng nodded and proceeded to recall the situation. I was in my bedroom trying to sleep, but then I heard some weird noises coming from the door, so I decided to investigate. However, right as I reached the door, I suddenly heard the door unlocking by itself. It was at this moment that I knew someone had broken into our home, so I prepared myself for the worst. The invaders entered through the door the next moment, and I unconsciously punched the first person who entered, taking him by surprise. Then I proceeded to fight the second person. When I defeated him as well, the last two invaders ran away, and that's when I called the police. The police were left dumbfounded by Meixia's story. How can a single girl with a delicate appearance like Meifeng fight off for adult men by herself? Are you by any chance a cultivator? One of them asked her. Yes, I am. She nodded. I am also not used to my new strength, so when I fought back, I might have used a little too much strength, Meifeng said. Why yeah. We can see that from their injuries. According to the medics, one of the men had a broken jaw while the other had his neck crushed. It's a miracle that the latter one is still alive. What about you, young man? Can we hear your side of the story? The police then asked Yuan, who was sitting in the wheelchair. I don't know. I only heard the commotion when Meifeng fought the invaders. Okay. Anyway, please sit tight while we speak with your neighbors to see if they have anything else to say. The police then went to knock on their neighbor's door. However, all of them were either asleep or playing cultivation online, and the commotion wasn't loud enough to wake them up. Shortly after the police spoke with their neighbors, Meifeng showed up to the scene with a cold expression on her face. Excuse me, who are you? One of the policemen stopped her. I am her mother. Meifeng pointed at Meifeng and she continued. I rushed here after receiving news of what had occurred. I see. The police allowed her to enter the place after confirming her identity. What's going to happen now? Meifeng asked the police. We can't really say anything until those two unconscious men wake up, and we get their side of the story, not to mention the other two who ran away. However, if this is really a robbery, then we'll make sure justice is served. As for their injuries caused by the young lady, it'll be considered self-defense. They might try to sue her later for the damages since their injuries are quite severe, but that will be up to the court. I understand. Thank you, Meifeng said to them. We will contact you again later. After taking down Meifeng and Meifeng's contact information, the police left the scene. Once they were gone, Meifeng sat down in the living room with Meifeng and Yuan. Alright, tell me the whole story. Meifeng nodded and recalled everything that had happened without skipping any details this time. They sent 4 cultivators with military experiences, huh? You dealt with them much easier than I'd expected. What's your cultivation? Meifeng then asked her. First level spirit warrior. I had a breakthrough recently too. Meishio responded in a low voice. Meifeng's eyes widened with surprise. She didn't really believe it at first when they said Meishio was talented in cultivation, but after learning her cultivation, Meifeng had no choice but to believe it. Chapter 493. How long do you plan on sleeping? Miss Meifeng, is there anything you can do about this situation? Your word usually has a lot of weight within the Yu family, especially with Yu Rou's father. Yuan asked her. Unfortunately, there is nothing I, or the Yu family can do at this moment. Although the Yu family hired those crooks to take Meishio back, they are only doing it because of Chairman Zhao from the Cultivators Association. Meifeng said. The Cultivators Association is an incredibly powerful and influential background with the number of cultivators they have at their disposal, and they are only growing stronger by the day. The Yu family does not wish to offend them, nor can they afford to, so they can only agree to help them obtain Meishio. They're all treating Meishio like some kind of object that can be owned because they want her. I have had enough of this. Miss Meifeng, take me to the Cultivators Association tomorrow. I am going to speak with the chairman. Yuan suddenly said, taking them by surprise. What? You're going to speak with him? Even if you do that, he has no reason to listen to you. And there's a good chance that he won't even meet you, much less speak with you. Meifeng said to him. Don't worry, I have a plan, Yuan said. Meishio and Meifeng turned to look at each other. Young master, we can talk about this tomorrow. It's already super late, so you should get some rest for now. I will stay here with you tonight. Meifeng said. Really? Yuan said, his voice filled with excitement. Yes, I will even share the bed with you. If you don't mind, that is. I don't. Yuan immediately responded. Then allow me to get you to bed. Meifeng then picked Yuan up from his wheelchair and carried him to his bedroom with ease. Miss Meifeng, are you cultivating? Yuan suddenly asked her. Unfortunately, I have yet to start since I am usually busy with my work. Though I do intend on starting soon, she said. I see. Then do you have a cultivation technique yet? If not, I can help you obtain one. Yuan then said, surprising her a little. It's okay, young master. The Yu family has a heaven-grade cultivation technique they're willing to let me borrow. Even Yu Rou is currently using this cultivation technique, you know? Meifeng said as she placed him on the bed. If you say so. I will be back in a minute, Meifeng said a moment later before leaving the room to speak with Meishio. Go get some rest. We will continue this tomorrow. Okay. Meishio nodded and entered her room shortly after. Meifeng then returned to Yuan's room and got onto the bed with him, sleeping beside him. How long has it been since we last shared a bed? Meifeng suddenly mumbled in a low voice. Too long. Yuan said with a bittersweet smile on his face. Meifeng closed her eyes, quickly falling asleep, as it was incredibly late into the night. Yuan also fell asleep a few minutes later. Shortly after Yuan fell asleep, unbeknownst to him or Meifeng, his body suddenly began emitting a faint golden glow, and within his body, the golden symbols were beginning to change, transforming into lines that resembled veins, eventually connecting with the other golden symbols. Once all of the golden symbols within his body were connected, it began emitting a unique aura that caused the entire world to tremble. However, since it was a relatively small earthquake and both Meifeng and Yuan were deep in their sleep, neither of them noticed it. Only Meishio, who couldn't sleep, had felt the earthquake. As for Yuan's body, it was covered in these golden lines that looked like veins. Furthermore, the celestial water head consumed in cultivation online finally started showing its true effects, allowing the golden veins to fully absorb it. Indeed, most of the celestial water had actually been inactive until this point, and Yuan's significant boost in cultivation speed and improvements to his divine sense was only a small portion of the celestial water's power. Once the golden symbols that were now golden veins absorbed the celestial water, it unattached itself from Yuan's bones and combined with his meridians, instantly doubling the size of his meridians, allowing spiritual energy to flow through them much quicker and more efficiently. Every single time Yuan breathed, Even though he wasn't actively cultivating, his body would absorb a massive amount of spiritual energy in the room, quickly emptying out the spiritual energy in his apartment. When the spiritual energy in his room was completely absorbed by Yuan, his body would start to absorb a larger area until he started absorbing even the spiritual energy in the other's apartment. Then it would expand to outside their apartment. Eventually, the spiritual energy within the city started to disappear at a rapid rate, as it was all being absorbed by Yuan unconsciously. This phenomenon shocked every cultivator in the city, as they were forced to stop cultivating due to the lack of spiritual energy in the city. And for the rest of the night, nobody living within Yuan's city was able to cultivate. Meanwhile, Yuan's body unconsciously hoarded all of the spiritual energy in the city. However, despite the massive amount of spiritual energy entering his body, Yuan's cultivation base remained untouched, almost as though it didn't receive any spiritual energy. The golden vein in his body was a different story, as it began growing more and more veins until it literally covered every inch of Yuan's body from head to toe. Eventually, the golden veins stopped glowing and appearing outside his body. Meanwhile, inside Yuan's dream that started almost immediately after he fell asleep, Yuan stood before a massive jade tablet that had the word destiny engraved into it. Of course, this wasn't Yuan's first time dreaming of this place, as it would appear inside his dream at least once a week ever since he awakened his bloodline. However, there was something different about the dream this time, as he was not alone in this place. Standing a few meters in front of him, and before the jade tablet was a tall figure wearing black robes, silently emitting a divine aura that made it seem like he was there yet he wasn't at the same time. Yuan was certain that he never met this figure before, nor could he see this person's face, only his straight back that oozes with confidence, yet he felt a familiar feeling from this person for some reason. "Who are you?" Yuan decided to ask him after standing there in silence for a good minute. "You need to wake up soon," this person responded in a calm voice. "Excuse me?" The man turned around, showing his handsome face that somewhat resembled Yuan's face, but it was much more mature and handsome. "How long do you plan on sleeping? If you sleep any longer, all of our effort will be in vain," the handsome man said. And he continued, "Your woman is in danger, yet the only thing you can do is lay there and wait for her to be taken away from you. How pathetic. If it were me, I'd take my sword and slay everyone involved." Yuan was speechless. Just who is this man and what is he talking about? And most importantly, why is he having this dream? Chapter 494. Waking Up. You're still here? If you don't wake up soon, you'll forever remain useless. The handsome man suddenly said. I don't quite understand. Even if I want to wake up, I cannot wake up until I finish this dream. It's been like this for many weeks now. Yuan said. The handsome man sighed and snapped his fingers, suddenly changing the scenery from the jade tablet to the peak of some unknown mountain. On this mountain, there were countless swords stabbed into the ground, looking like a graveyard for swords or something of that sort. Where are we? Yuan asked. You don't remember? The handsome man asked him. Why would I remember something I have never seen before? The handsome man silently looked at him with a pondering look. He then spoke in a sighing voice. Looks like the curses had affected you worse than I'd anticipated. Huh? You know about the curses? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. Of course. Then can you tell me more about it? However, to Yuan's surprise, the handsome man said, Nah. Learning about the curses in your current condition won't do you any good. In fact, it might even harm you. Therefore, I won't say anything for now. Then can you at least tell me who you are? Yuan asked for his identity again. The handsome man smiled, and he began approaching Yuan. Once he was standing right in front of Yuan, he said, You really have no idea? Yuan frowned, and he proceeded to stare at the man's face while trying to figure out if he'd seen this man before. However, no matter how hard he thought, he was unable to remember anything. He eventually shook his head. I don't know you. You don't know me, yet I somehow appeared in your dreams. You don't dream about people you have never seen before, you know? Somewhere deep in your mind, your soul remembers me. That's why I am here. Even if you tell me that, I can't remember what I don't remember. Yuan sighed. Then why don't I nudge your memories a little? The handsome man suddenly retrieved a beautiful sword from thin air and pointed it at Yuan. Fight me. What? Yuan looked at him with wide eyes. Fight me. The handsome man repeated. I don't even have a weapon. This is your dream. Just imagine one. Hearing his words, Yuan imagined the Empyrean overlord. When the handsome man saw the large sword in Yuan's grasp, he smiled and said, So you decided to use his sword, huh? You know this sword? Yuan asked. Of course. You don't? The handsome man asked him, once again implying that he should also know about it. However, right as Yuan opened his mouth to speak, the handsome man suddenly stepped forward and attacked. Yuan quickly reacted to the strike, blocking it. Not bad. But you're still too weak. The sword in the man's hand suddenly disappeared, reappearing right next to Yuan's neck. Yuan subconsciously used his movement technique to barely dodge it, but the sword had managed to reach his neck and created a small cut on it. Yuan could feel his blood dripping down his neck. It was an incredibly realistic feeling, almost like he wasn't dreaming at all. The handsome man then continued to attack Yuan, giving him no time to breathe. The onslaught continued for a few minutes until Yuan's entire body was filled with superficial cuts. You're weak. Too weak. How will you protect your loved ones when you're in such a pathetic state? The handsome man eventually stopped attacking him and asked, Why, you're just too powerful. Yuan responded in an exhausted manner, while kneeling on the ground. Compared to Feng Yuxiang, this handsome man was on another level. Although he felt hopeless when he sparred with Feng Yuxiang, this mysterious man gave him a feeling of dread and despair. Of course I am powerful. The man didn't deny it, even confirming it in a somewhat narcissistic tone. He then continued, You can only survive when you're powerful. That's why if you continue to remain that weak, you'll die. Anyways, we have wasted enough time. If you don't wake up soon, you'll really regret it. I can't control when I wake up. Yuan shook his head. I know, because you're weak. However, I am different. I am strong, so I will wake you up. The handsome man suddenly took a stance that Yuan had never seen before, yet he found it very nostalgic for some reason. It's a sword technique. Yuan subconsciously muttered in a low voice. The handsome man responded with a profound smile on his face. Yes, you're right. It's a sword technique, and it's called the Immortal Rending Sword Strike. Remember it well. The next moment, Yuan watched as the man moved his hand and swung the sword, sending a massive wave of energy that felt like sword chi at him. Yuan's vision blackened instantly after the attack consumed him, and he could feel his body again. I am awake. Yuan quickly realized this. What's this soft feeling? Yuan then noticed a soft and round sensation in his hand, and his body subconsciously commanded his hand to squeeze it. A weird noise suddenly resounded beside him. In a daze, Yuan squeezed it a couple more times. Ah! A gentle moan responded. Then why, young master? Meifeng's shocked voice resounded the next moment. Yuan frowned at the situation. He decided to use his divine sense to see what was happening, and to his surprise he noticed that his left hand was directly on top of Meifeng's large assets on her chest. Whoa! I am so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Yuan's body subconsciously reacted and quickly removed his hand. However, Meifeng didn't care about that at all. In fact, her mind was occupied by something else. Why, young master? Your body. Meifeng stared at him with her eyes as wide as saucers. What? It was at this moment Yuan realized that he was no longer lying in the bed. Instead, he was sitting on it. Furthermore, he was doing it effortlessly, almost as though there was no longer anything restricting his body. However, he wasn't in cultivation online, so he shouldn't be able to achieve such a feat. Am I actually still dreaming? Yuan wondered to himself, as that was the only logical explanation for this phenomenon. Chapter 495. Standing on his own. I must be dreaming. Yuan mumbled in a voice filled with disbelief as he moved his arms around without any effort. He was barely able to move his arms last night, yet he suddenly had the ability to sit up on the bed and move around effortlessly? Why, young master, I don't think you're dreaming, Meifeng said to him in a low voice. Yuan subconsciously turned his head to look in Meifeng's direction, but he was still blind. However, that didn't matter to him. Even if he remains blind for the rest of his life, as long as he can move his body properly, he will be satisfied. What happened, young master? Why can you suddenly move? Meifeng asked him, silently wondering to herself if she was actually the one dreaming. Although she was happy for him, she was also worried about the sudden phenomenon. I don't know. My body just started working again. Almost like when my body suddenly stopped working many years ago, he said, still in disbelief. After a moment of silence, Yuan decided to try and get off the bed by himself. He took a deep breath, then he started moving his body off the bed. Meifeng watched with a nervous look on her beautiful face, feeling like a mother watching her baby walking on their own for the first time. A moment later, Yuan managed to stand up on his own beside the bed after a little struggle. Despite having no trouble moving his body in, it was an entirely different feeling in the real world, as his body hasn't physically stood up in many years. Young master. Meifeng suddenly felt an urge to cry, and before she even realized it, tears were already flowing down her face. Seeing Yuan stand up on his own had overwhelmed her, who had always dreamt about seeing it happen. Once he was used to the feeling of standing up, Yuan began moving his legs, trying to walk. However, since his body wasn't used to moving for so long, it was a new challenge for him. Oh. Yuan even fell down a couple of times. Young master, please hold my hand. Meifeng got out of bed to assist him. Yuan grabbed her hand and started moving back and forth in the bedroom while being supported by Meifeng, feeling like a patient during rehabilitation. How do you feel, young master? Meifeng asked him a few minutes later. I can move my body just fine, but since I haven't moved this much in a while, it feels like my body is having trouble listening to all of my commands. However, I am starting to get used to the feeling of moving again. Okay, let's continue this for a little longer, Meifeng said. Thus, Yuan continued to practice his movements in the bedroom with Meifeng. Sometime later, Meishio got out of her bed and started preparing for breakfast. While she cooked breakfast, Meishio heard the door to Yuan's room open. Good morning, mother, Meishio said without looking back. There was no response from Meifeng, but Meishio was used to receiving no response, so she didn't think much of it and continued to cook breakfast. A few moments later, Meishio could feel a presence approaching her from behind. Do you need some help? Yuan's voice suddenly resounded, but it sounded too close to her, causing Meishio to raise her eyebrows. She then turned around and to her complete shock, Yuan was standing right behind her with a smile on his face. Whoa! Meishio took a step back and nearly knocked down the cooking pan, looking like she'd just witnessed a ghost. Why you're standing? Meishio exclaimed in a shocked voice. That's right. It's pretty cool, right? Yuan chuckled. Oh, I'm sorry if I scared you just now. I only wanted to surprise you, he added. Meishio then silently looked up and down at Yuan to make sure she was seeing it properly. Once she confirmed that Yuan was actually standing, she rubbed her eyes and even pinched her own cheeks to make sure she wasn't dreaming. You're not dreaming, Meishio. It's real. The young master can move properly now. Meifeng said to her from Yuan's bedroom. Why? How? Meishio had so many questions that she didn't know where to start. Sorry, but I don't know either. I woke up being able to move. Yuan said. You woke up like that? Meishio looked at him with a dumbfounded face. How does that even work? A miracle? I don't know what to say. Congratulations on your recovery? Meishio said a moment later. His recovery was so sudden that Meishio was still trying to fully grasp the situation. Meishio. Yuan suddenly spread his arms with a smile on his face, his desires obvious. Meishio looked at Meifeng, who was still standing by Yuan's room, and staring at her with a profound gaze. How long are you going to make him wait? Meifeng said to her a moment later. Meishio immediately began blushing. She then approached Yuan and accepted his hug. I have wanted to do this for a long time now, he said as he tightened his embrace on her. Now that I can move again, I promise you that I won't let anyone bully you anymore. Hearing Yuan's words, the redness on Meixia's face fully blossomed. Once Yuan was satisfied, he let her go and said, "All right, I will let you finish breakfast now. If you need help, let me know." "It's okay, I got it." Sometime later, once breakfast was ready, they sat around the table in the living room with more food than usual since Meifeng was there as well. Of course, it felt surreal for all three of them to be sitting together like they were a real family. "What are your plans now, young master?" Meifeng asked him after breakfast while Meishio cleaned the dishes. "There's a lot of things I want to do, such as giving the Cultivators Association a piece of my mind, but first, I need to get used to moving my body again," he said. Chapter 496, $50 billion. Although you can move again, I suggest you let Dr. Wang take a look at your body just in case, Meifeng said. "You're right. I will call him now." Can I borrow your phone?" Yuan asked Meishio. Once he had Meixia's phone, Yuan personally called Dr. Wang. Now that he could finally move properly, he wanted to do everything for himself no matter how little the thing is. "Good morning, Meishio." Dr. Wang's voice resounded a moment later. "Hello, Dr. Wang." This voice. The young master? "Yes. I am wondering when will you be free? I'd like you to come and take a look at my condition. Oh, can you bring Wang Xiuying here as well if possible? You need the both of us there to check your condition?" "That doesn't sound good. Did something happen?" Dr. Wang asked in a worried voice. "Yes, something insane happened. Can you explain it to me through the phone?" "I could, but I think it would be better for you to see it for yourselves," said Yuan with a smile on his face. "Though you don't have to rush here. Take your time." Hearing this, Dr. Wang thought to himself that if the situation wasn't urgent enough to rush them, it probably isn't that bad. However, he didn't want to take any chances. "I understand. I will try to show up as soon as possible, and I will also let Wang Xiuying know." "Thank you, Dr. Wang. I will see you later." After Yuan hung up, Meifeng asked him, "Young master, I must ask you this now that you're able to move again. Do you intend on playing the instrument again?" "Playing the instrument, huh?" Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. "After playing the zither, I have realized that I don't hate playing music or instruments. Instead, it was the Yu family that made everything feel like a chore. In other words, yes, I want to continue playing the instruments, but I won't return to the professional scene." "I see." A warm smile appeared on Meifeng's face. "Speaking of instruments, I don't have any of them." Yuan then said, "It's okay, I can buy some for you," Meifeng said. And she continued, "I have many connections in the music industry after working for the Yu family for many years, so I know who to contact for instruments. What do you have in mind? I can buy them for you too." Yuan shook his head and said, "It's okay, Miss Meifeng, you don't need to pay for them. We should have enough money to buy the instruments on our own." "If you're talking about the money Meishio saved up from working, I don't think it'll be enough. We'd earned a decent amount of money from selling treasures we find in on the auction house," he said. "Even if you say that, instruments aren't cheap, especially not the ones I intend on buying you. They're all created by famous companies with centuries of experience. You only deserve to play on the best of the best instruments, after all." "We have $500 million, so money isn't an issue for us right now," Meishio suddenly said after returning from cleaning the dishes. $500 million? You earned that much through selling treasures in cultivation online? Meifeng was speechless. Although she was aware of how profitable playing cultivation online was, she didn't think it was possible to earn that much money in such a short time. Yuan nodded. "We got pretty lucky." Sometime later, Meishio looked at her mother and asked, "Don't you need to be at work?" "I took a vacation 3 days ago, so I don't have to go back to work for another week," she said, as she had anticipated that something might happen to them after learning that the Yu family intended to take Meishio back forcefully, so she took a week off just in case. "Miss Meifeng, would you leave the Yu family if you had the chance?" Yuan suddenly asked her. It isn't easy leaving the Yu family, as I am bound to a contract with the Yu family. If I want to leave before my contract is finished, I must pay an exorbitant amount of money, and the Yu family must also agree to let me go, which is highly unlikely. Meifeng said. When will the contract end? Yuan then asked. 50 years. 50 years. Yuan was shocked to hear this. The contract started out as 5 years, but they continued to increase the duration until it reached 50 years. I didn't mind it either since I got paid a lot of money, and I had no reason to refuse. Out of curiosity, how much do you have to pay if you want to leave the Yu family? Yuan asked her. $50 billion. $1 billion for every year on the contract. 50 billion. Yuan repeated in a low voice. Unless Meifeng borrowed money from others, there was simply no way that she'd be able to pay such an exorbitant amount. Anyways, I don't really have any reasons to leave the Yu family right now. Despite their recent actions against Meishio, it was mostly due to the influence of the Cultivators Association, and they don't treat me badly either. While I have a lot of work to do, I am already used to it by now, and I am compensated for it with generous pay. After a slight pause, Meifeng continued, however, if the young master asks me to leave the Yu family to work for him, I will have a good reason to leave. You can stay at the Yu family. I can take care of him by myself just fine. Meishio suddenly said while staring at Meifeng with an ambitious look on her face. Meifeng smiled inwardly at Meixia's words. Don't worry, I won't steal the young master from you. With that being said, I will stay here until my vacation is over, as the incident from last night hasn't concluded just yet. Meifeng said a moment later, reminding them that they might still be in danger. Chapter 497. Nearly had a heart attack. After breakfast ended, Yuan continued to practice his movements by walking around the house, while Meifeng and Meishio watched him from the couch. Young master, I have been wondering for a while now, but how do you know where to go if you cannot see where you're going? Meifeng suddenly asked him. Although Yuan has recovered his ability to move his body, he was still blind, meaning he shouldn't be able to see where he was going. Oh, I can see just fine with divine sense. Yuan casually said. Divine sense? What's that? Meifeng asked, as she wasn't familiar with the cultivation world. I can basically see things around me as though I have eyes above my body without using my eyes, and the stronger my divine sense, the further I can see. It's something cultivators can do after reaching a certain cultivation, I guess. I see. What a mythical power. Now I also want to start cultivating as soon as possible. Meifeng mumbled to herself. About 3 hours later, someone suddenly started knocking on their door. It's me, Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang's voice resounded from outside. Hearing his voice, Meishio got off the couch, but before she could go anywhere, Yuan said, I got it. Meishio looked at him for a moment before nodding her head. Yuan then walked to the door and took a deep breath before opening the door. Welcome, Dr. Wang. Welcome, Xiaoying. Yuan greeted them with a smile on his face after opening the door. Clang. Dr. Wang dropped the metal box in his hand that carried his tools when he saw Yuan standing before him at the door. Why you? Wang Xiaoying pointed at him with trembling hands. You're standing. Dr. Wang exclaimed in a shocked voice, finishing the sentence Wang Xiaoying couldn't utter. Yuan lowered his body and picked up the metal box dropped by Dr. Wang before speaking. Surprised? How? Wang Xiaoying asked him a moment later. Let's continue this inside, shall we? Yuan said as he walked back into the apartment. However, both Dr. Wang and Wang Xiaoying remained standing outside with a dazed look on their faces. It was not until Yuan invited them inside again that they finally began moving. Madam Meifeng, you're here as well? Dr. Wang was surprised to see her in the living room. A lot has happened, she calmly said. Dr. Wang turned to look at Yuan, who was standing a few meters away, and nodded. I bet. Once everyone was seated, Dr. Wang spoke again. What happened to you, young master? How come you can move again? I nearly had a heart attack just now. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile and shrugged. I wish I could tell you, but I can't. I woke up like this. What? You woke up fully recovered? Wang Xiaoying's jaw dropped after hearing this, as she expected him to say that had recovered after eating some heaven-defying treasure and that affected his real body. Yes, he nodded. I didn't really do anything special. When I woke up this morning, my body had magically recovered. It's a miracle. Dr. Wang mumbled in a low voice. Congratulations, Yu Tian. You have finally recovered. I knew you'd recover one day. Wang Xiaoying suddenly started congratulating him. Even though Yuan had recovered without her help, she didn't feel bad at all. No matter how Yuan recovered, with or without her help, Wang Xiaoying was just happy to see him finally recover. Thank you, but only my body has recovered. I am still blind. Also, I want to see if there are any changes to my body. That's why I called you here. Yuan then said. Dr. Wang nodded. I understand. Sometime later, Yuan laid on his bed while Dr. Wang and Wang Xiaoying inspected his body. After getting the results, Dr. Wang said, judging by the results, your body hasn't changed much since your last checkup. However, we can't really say for sure since this was done with basic equipment. Unless you get a more detailed examination at the hospital, we can't really say if your body had any significant changes. I see. I can't go to the hospital now since I am in the middle of something troublesome, but I will definitely visit you once I am able to, Yuan said. Something troublesome? Did something happen? Wang Xiaoying asked him. Well, it's a little complicated, but Yuan proceeded to explain to them their situation with the Cultivators Association and what transpired yesterday night. What a bunch of arrogant and entitled pricks, Wang Xiaoying exclaimed after hearing the story, feeling incredibly angry. Even Dr. Wang couldn't help but frown. He then said, Chairman Zhao is actually a patient of mine. I will speak with him later and try to convince him to stop this farce. However, Yuan shook his head and said, It's okay, Dr. Wang. I don't want to drag your family into this as well. I will deal with Chairman Zhao myself. Are you sure? Dr. Wang had a worried frown on his face. Yes, I have a plan, Yuan confirmed. If you say so. What are your plans now that you're able to move again? Are you going to return to the music industry? I really want to hear your music again. Wang Xiaoying asked him a moment later. Yuan smiled and said, If you want to hear my music, you can visit me anytime and I will play for you. I won't return to the music industry though. Really? It's a promise, Wang Xiaoying said, her body trembling from excitement. A private performance from Yuan was something she'd dreamt of ever since she was a kid. Just let me get some instruments first, okay? I am empty-handed right now, he said. Oh, I have a piano at home. If you want, I can give it to you. I rarely play it anymore anyway. Wang Xiaoying said, donating her piano to him. If you don't need it, I will take it off your hands. Then it's decided. I will have it delivered to you by tomorrow. Yuan nodded. Chapter 498. Grow up. Alright, I have to return to the hospital now. You can stay here if you like, Xiaoying. Dr. Wang said after chatting with Yuan for about half an hour. See you later, Dr. Wang, Yuan said to him. Yes, I will see you later. Once again, I am so glad that you've finally recovered. Let's hope it only gets better from this point. Dr. Wang left the place, but Wang Xiaoying decided to stay there for a little longer. I still can't believe. Wang Xiaoying mumbled in a low voice as she watched Yuan practice his movements by walking around the house. How come you know where to go? Wang Xiaoying quickly realized this, as she wasn't aware that he could use divine sense in the real world. It's divine sense, Meifeng explained to her. Wait, that divine sense? Wang Xiaoying's eyes widened with shock. Although Meifeng didn't know the significance behind divine sense, Wang Xiaoying did. Yes. Meifeng nodded. Unbelievable. Once Yuan was comfortable with his movements, he started doing exercises such as sit-ups and push-ups. Since he was a peak spirit warrior, strength and endurance weren't an issue for Yuan. It was only a matter of his form. 10 push-ups, 20, 30, 50, 100. Yuan managed to achieve 100 push-ups and sit-ups without any breaks and still had plenty of energy left by the end of it. Meanwhile, Wang Xiuying called a moving company to move her piano to their apartment. All right, it's about time for me to leave. The piano should be here tomorrow afternoon, she said to them afterward. And she continued, I will also be here tomorrow to listen to you playing. Okay, see you later, Yuan said. Yuan then proceeded to continue his exercise, working up a good sweat. I am going to take a shower, Yuan said to them. Do you need help? Meishio subconsciously asked him since she was used to it. It's okay, I got it, Yuan said before entering the bathroom. Once Yuan entered the bathroom, Meifeng looked at Meishio with a mocking smile. Looks like you're no longer needed now that he's recovered. Nonsense. Meishio quickly responded. Oh. Then what can you do for him now that he can do everything himself? I can still do the housework such as cleaning and cooking, she said. So basically a housewife? Are you going to assist him in the bed too? Meifeng suddenly asked. Meishio immediately recalled their last shower together and blushed. Of course, Meifeng was unaware of this, and she continued. You know it's going to happen sooner or later. The young master may still be an innocent child now, but he will eventually mature and experience actual puberty. Once that happens, he will need a real woman to look after him. If you're not going to stand up for that position, someone will take him away from you, and you will truly no longer be needed at that time. I hope you still remember what I taught you. Meishio stared at Meifeng with a deep frown. As much as she wanted to refute Meifeng's claims, she knew that everything her mother said was the truth. You're already an adult, yet you haven't matured yet. Grow up, Meishio. You have the perfect opportunity to establish your position right now. If you let this chance get away, you'll regret it when the young master returns to his ordinary life and becomes surrounded by even more women. If I were in your shoes, I would already be pregnant by now. Meishio was left speechless by her mother's last sentence. Meanwhile, somewhere in the city, Mr. Johnson stood before the two cultivators that had abandoned their mission with a deep frown on his face. 4 grown men with over 10 years of military experience. Yet you somehow lost to a little girl half your age. Even running away with your tails tucked between your legs. Do you understand the word shame? This is what you get for underestimating Meishio when I specifically warned you to not underestimate her. Hearing Mr. Johnson's lecture, the two cultivators didn't dare to utter a single word. Johnson, that bitch killed Scorpion and Hawk. Is there anything we can do to avenge them? Mr. Johnson remained silent for a moment before speaking. How can you be so sure that they're dead? We watched that bitch snap Hawk's neck without mercy. There's no way he's still alive after that brutal strike. Even Scorpion had his neck twisted in a weird angle by a single punch. Mr. Johnson then said, they are still alive. What? Really? How do you know that? You think I don't have friends in the police force? They told me about the incident that had been marked as a robbery. Scorpion and Hawk had been taken to the hospital. They were on the verge of death when they arrived at the hospital, but they're not dead. The other two released a sigh of relief after hearing that their comrades were still alive. I wouldn't relax now if I were you. They may be alive, but they're currently in custody. I will have to speak with my buddies if they don't want to go to jail. Mr. Johnson said. What about the mission? One of them asked. The mission is a failure. Now that you've caused a commotion, we can no longer continue, or we will risk being investigated. I'm not particularly worried about being investigated, but our clients, the Yu family, definitely won't be happy if they're investigated, so we can only wait until things calm down for now. What about our pay? Mr. Johnson sneered and said. You still have the guts to ask for money after your embarrassing failure. I wouldn't be surprised if the Yu family asks for compensation for this failure. If that happens, it's coming out of your accounts. What? No way. After dealing with the two idiots, Mr. Johnson had to call the Yu family to let them know the result of the mission, which was a complete failure. Obviously, the Yu family wasn't happy when they heard this news, and they immediately demanded a full refund. Chapter 499. Aiming to be the first. You failed the mission. Don't give me this bullshit. I paid millions so you could do your damn job. I demand a full refund. Yu Yong shouted at his phone after receiving the news of their failure. Unfortunately, we have a no-refund policy, and you have agreed to this term before hiring us. If you want us to try again, we can do so at a discounted price, but your family will be at risk of getting investigated. If you accept this risk, we will go back and get Meishio one more time after receiving more payment. Meishio was stronger than any of us could have anticipated, so we will need more resources to take her back. I hope you understand. Yu Yong didn't immediately respond. Although he didn't mind an investigation since he has plenty of lawyers and friends with power, it wouldn't look good for his company if news spread that had hired merchants to kidnap a girl. However, as long as the news didn't spread, everything would be fine, and he had plenty of resources available to keep that from happening. How much? Yu Yong asked after a moment of silence. 10 million. Mr. Johnson quickly responded. 10 million. That's more than double what I paid you last time. And you consider that as a discount? This is clearly a scam. Yu Yong exclaimed. Yes, it's the discounted price. If not for the discount, I would have asked for 15 million. Since 4 cultivators between the 7th and 8th level weren't enough to bring Meishio back, we will have to increase our forces. I intend on bringing experts from around the world this time, so it will cost much more than usual. Yu Yong coldly sneered. Using this many resources just to bring back a little girl. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves? After a moment of silence, Mr. Johnson said, with all due respect, if you think you have what it takes to make her return, go ahead. I will send you their location in a moment since we were paid to do so. If you want to continue working with us, send the money by next week. If not, then this is the end of our cooperation. Once again, I apologize for the inconveniences. Yu Yong hung up the phone after that and tossed it at the wall. A bunch of useless bastards. Seeing his reaction, Tang Li said, at least we have their location. We can have Yu Rou try to convince Meishio to return. Yu Yong looked at her with a pondering look. Why didn't we think of that sooner? We could have saved millions. If it's Yu Rou, I'm sure that she'll convince Meishio to return. Call her here. An hour later, Yu Rou arrived at their main location after being summoned by her parents. Yu Rou, we have a job for you, Yu Yong said to her with a solemn look on his face. Yu Rou could already guess what they wanted from her, but she acted ignorantly and asked, what is it, father? Yu Yong then handed her a piece of paper and said, Meishio is living here right now, and I want you to convince her to come back. Yu Rou then said, why do you want Meishio back? She left on her own accord, so I don't think she will return even if I ask her. That isn't for you to worry about, Tang Li said, and she continued, just bring Meishio back at all cost. Yu Yong then added, if you successfully bring Meishio back, I can consider lifting your restriction and allow you to meet with Yu Tian again. After all, he's with Meishio right now. Really? Yu Rou expressed excitement after hearing this. Then I will go see Meishio tomorrow. Yu Yong laughed inwardly, seeing how easy it was convincing Yu Rou to help them. Sometime later, Yu Rou returned home. Since they're asking me for help, this must mean that the people they hired to bring Meishio back have failed. Yu Rou had no problem agreeing to help her parents. After all, she was only told to convince Meishio to return, and she gets to see her brother again in the process. I can't wait to see Meishio and brother again tomorrow after so long. Yu Rou went to sleep early on that day, as she wanted the day to be over as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, after his shower, Yuan moved all of the furniture in the living room to the wall, freeing up a lot of space in the center of the room. What are you doing, young master? Meifeng asked him. I want to practice something, he said. After taking a deep breath, Yuan began moving his legs in an odd but rhythmic manner. That's... Meishio quickly recognized what Yuan was trying to do. Yuan tripped on himself a couple of seconds into his weird movements. I don't understand. Meifeng shook her head. It's a movement technique, he said. A movement technique I learned in Cultivation online. I want to try practicing it in the real world as well. Indeed, Yuan was trying to learn the movement technique Vermilion Phoenix dominating the heavens. Since he could use flying daggers, It obviously meant that he could learn other techniques as well. And what better technique than a movement technique that will help him improve his overall movement? A movement technique? Good luck, young master. There are a lot of people trying to do the same. Meifeng mumbled in a low voice. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Meifeng then said, since we can use cultivation techniques from Cultivation Online, it only makes sense that other techniques could also be learned. Although nobody has managed to do so yet, there are plenty of people out there trying to become the first person to learn a technique that's not a cultivation technique. Is that so? Of course, there's a good chance that someone out there has already succeeded but decided to keep it a secret. Most likely, Yuan said with a smile on his face. Chapter 500. What do you think of my daughter? Yuan practiced his movement technique until it was time for dinner. After dinner, Yuan wanted to continue practicing, but Meifeng said, young master, I get that you're excited about your recovery, but you shouldn't move around so much after eating. It's bad for your body. Furthermore, since you've only recently recovered, you shouldn't do such intensive exercises that could strain your body. We still don't know if you've actually fully recovered or not, after all. You're right, Miss Meifeng. I got ahead of myself because of this sudden recovery that might only be temporary. I shouldn't stress my body too much, or it could go back to being crippled. Yuan wasn't happy about restraining himself, but he agreed with Meifeng. They still don't know if his body is fully recovered, or if it was just temporary. He could wake up tomorrow and return to being a cripple. Let's not say something so demoralizing, young master. I'm sure your body is fine now and it won't suddenly revert back to its previous state, but until we're confident that you're really okay, I wouldn't push my body so much if I were in your shoes. Meifeng said. I understand. Sometime later, they prepared for bed. Once they entered the bedroom, Meifeng suddenly asked him, young master, how about a body massage? I heard that getting a massage after a day of exercise will make everything more effective. If you don't mind. Yuan nodded. Please lie on the bed with your back facing the ceiling. Once Yuan laid on the bed, Meifeng got on top of him and gently sat on his buttocks in a kneeling position. Will you be okay if I did this? Am I too heavy? Meifeng asked him just in case. I am okay. You're not heavy at all. Yuan said, feeling two round and soft objects pressing on his butt. Great. Meifeng then started her massage on Yuan's back, starting from his neck and shoulders. Ah, this feels great. Yuan released a satisfied sigh. Thank you for the praises, young masters. After massaging Yuan for a few minutes, Meifeng started speaking with him. Young master, I have a few questions for you. What is it? What do you think of my daughter, Meishio? What do I think of Meishio? Yuan repeated the question. He then said, she's a very important person to me, and I owe a great deal to Meishio for assisting me. Without her company, I wouldn't have survived this long alone. I also admire her a lot for her work. Although I don't know what it's like working her job, I know it's not an easy job and not something a girl her age should be doing normally. You're right, it's not easy working as a maid, especially not for the Yu family, where the standards are many times higher. Even I cannot compare to her when I was her age, but I rarely praise her because I don't want her to feel complacent. I wouldn't be surprised if she hates me because of how I raised her, but looking at her now, I won't regret it even if she hates me. Meifeng said with a gentle smile on her face. I don't think Meishio hates you, Miss Meifeng. Meifeng chuckled a little before speaking. Anyways, judging by your words, I will assume that you really like Meishio. Is that right, young master? Yes, I really like Meishio, he responded without hesitation. Then would you mind living with her forever? No, I wouldn't. In fact, I would actually prefer it if we could remain like this forever. That will be problematic. Meifeng suddenly said. Why would it be problematic? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because we don't know what Meishio wants. Even if you want to be with her forever, what if she wants to leave in the future? What if she has to leave in the future when she wants to start her own family? Yuan was left speechless by her words, and he immediately began pondering. You're right. It's all up to Meifeng in the end. As much as I want to be with her forever, I can't force her to stay with me. She has her own life, as I have my own. Guess I can only enjoy our time together while it lasts. Yuan sighed. Yuan never really thought about Meifeng leaving since she told him that she wanted to be with him in the past. However, people will inevitably change as they grow older, so there was a chance that Meifeng might leave his side in the future. Let's not come to immediate conclusions, young master. Maybe Meifeng wants to stay with you forever as well. If you're worried, why don't you ask her? In fact, I know how you can stay with her forever. Really? How? Yuan quickly asked her. Well, if you want someone to stay with you, you propose to them, of course. It's common practice in this world. Propose? What do I propose to her? That you want to stay with her forever, of course. However, you're still too inexperienced in this subject, so wait until you're a little older and more experienced before you actually propose to her, okay? Just don't make her wait too long, or she will be gone before you get the chance. Meifeng said to him. Although she wanted to help her daughter and Yuan get together, she didn't want to take advantage of Yuan's innocence to do so, as it would only hurt their relationship in the future. The only thing she can really do is help Yuan become aware of the situation and give him some advice. The rest will be up to him and Meifeng. I understand, Miss Meifeng. Thank you for the advice, Yuan said to her. I am merely doing my job as a mother, that's all, she said with a mysterious smile on her face. After giving Yuan an hour-long massage, Meifeng closed the light and went to sleep. Let's do this again tomorrow. Good night, young master. Good night, Miss Meifeng, Yuan said, quickly falling asleep due to Meifeng's massage that had an immediate effect on his body. Chapter 501 Temporary. After falling asleep, Yuan returned to the realm of dreams once again, and the first thing he noticed was the handsome man from before, but he was sitting on a large boulder with a lonely expression on his face as he gazed at the drifting clouds. When Yuan saw his expression, all thoughts of trying to disturb his peace disappeared, and Yuan patiently stood there. It feels great to finally start moving again, huh? The handsome man suddenly spoke, his gaze still at the sky. Are you responsible for my sudden recovery? Yuan asked him. The handsome man turned to look at him and said, Me? I am merely an imagination in your dreams. How could I possibly do that? Even though you're strong? Yuan said. The handsome man laughed a little before speaking. There are things even the strongest beings in the universe cannot achieve. If you're not responsible for my recovery, then who, or what is? Who knows? Maybe you did it yourself by instinct. A cultivator is much more profound than you imagine. However, you shouldn't celebrate so early, as your body isn't completely healed. What? What do you mean? How do you know that? Yuan had kind of expected this outcome when he heard Meifeng say the same thing, but this handsome man appeared confident that he hasn't fully recovered yet. Because your body is still restricted by the curses. Your current freedom is merely temporary. If you don't continue to increase your cultivation, you will eventually return to your previous state. The handsome man said, leaving Yuan speechless. A moment of silence later, Yuan said, I want to increase my cultivation, but I am currently experiencing a bottleneck. I cannot break through to Spirit Master no matter what. I think it's because there isn't enough spiritual energy in my place. Blaming on your environment for your lack of experience and failures? How typical of a weakling. The handsome man said with a cold smile on his face. There is sufficient spiritual energy in your world for you to break through to Spirit Master. You just can't do it because you aren't capable. Then do you have any advice for me? The strong should help the weak out, right? The handsome man burst out laughing and said, The strong should help the weak? Where did you hear that nonsense? In the cultivation world, you only have yourself. If someone decides to help you, it's mostly for their own benefit, or they have some other ulterior motives. You not only lack strength but you also lack common sense. Did the curses really screw with you that much? This is going to be troublesome. The man shook his head in a regretful manner. Forget it. Since you finally remember me, I will help you a little bit. Yuan raised his eyebrows. But I don't remember you? The fact that I am in your dream means you're starting to remember. The handsome man then suddenly snapped his fingers, changing the scenery. Where am I? Yuan looked around his new environment that looked very familiar for some reason, and the handsome man had disappeared. Hey, it's that trash who can't break through to Spirit Master while everyone else has long achieved it, asterisk. And at #. You dare come out again after what happened last week? Are you looking for another beating, asterisk. And at #. Someone suddenly shouted, causing Yuan to turn around and look in that direction. A few meters away, Yuan could see a group of young people wearing uniforms that looked very much like disciple uniforms. This looks like a sect. So this is the cultivation world? Why is he showing me this? Yuan wondered to himself. Then he noticed the young man that was standing not far away from this group of disciples. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise when he saw this young man, as this young man had facial features that looked very much like him, and it made Yuan feel like he was watching himself. However, this young man had a cold expression on his face that sent shivers down Yuan's back. Look, he's angry. Haha. What are you going to do, asterisk. And at #. Beat us up. Haha. The group of disciples began laughing. These people were clearly bullies, and that young man whose name he couldn't hear for some reason was their victim. I have had enough of your bullshits. Every time we fight, you all gang up on me. Let's fight one-on-one if you dare. The young man suddenly said in a cold voice. The group stopped laughing after hearing his words, and they exchanged glances with each other before nodding. Good. Then let's fight. However, I will only fight if it's in the life or death arena. One of the disciples stepped forward and spoke with an arrogant look on his face. Life or death? The young man frowned. What? Are you chickening out now? What happened to your brave words a moment ago? The young man sneered coldly and said, Fine. If you want a life or death fight, then you got it. After the young man finished his sentence, the scenery changed again, and Yuan was standing before a large stage that was surrounded by disciples. On the stage was the young man and the disciple that challenged him, both of them with weapons in their hands. Once the match began, they both released their cultivation base. The young man's cultivation was the peak of the spirit warrior, but his opponent was one level above him at the first level spirit master. However, the disparity from that one level was akin to heaven and earth. To think asterisk. And at #. Would accept a life or death challenge from asterisk # at $%. He's courting death. While the spectators anticipated the young man's death, in the midst of the fierce battle, the young man suddenly had a breakthrough when he was on the verge of losing, entering the spirit master realm. After his breakthrough, the young man instantly turned the tides and killed the other disciple in a gruesome manner. Once the match ended, the scenery changed again, and the handsome man returned. What do you think? The handsome man asked with a profound smile on his face. What am I supposed to think? Are you telling me to experience a life or death battle with someone in order to break through? Yuan said to him. You don't get it? Then watch it until you do. The handsome man snapped his fingers again, and Yuan returned to the arena right at the start of the life or death battle, watching them fight all over again. Chapter 502 Desperation. Once, twice, 10 times. Yuan watched the life or death fight between the young man and his opponent countless times. Just what am I looking for? Although Yuan didn't know what he was supposed to be looking at, he eventually just started focusing on the young man that had similar facial features as him. After watching the young man countless times, Yuan noticed something hidden deep within the young man's eyes. There was a certain light, a feeling of desperation, and this feeling only grew stronger the longer he was on the stage. The desperation reached its peak when he was about to be killed. That was when the young man suddenly experienced his breakthrough into Spirit Master. Are you telling me that I am not desperate enough? Yuan spoke out loud. Whoosh. The handsome man returned with a smile on his face. That's precisely why. You are not desperate. If not for your condition, you would have not made it to Spirit Warrior, much less spirit master. Your world is quite peaceful compared to the cultivation world. Although there are some conflicts within the world, it usually doesn't affect you. Yuan frowned and said, even if you say that, how am I supposed to become desperate? I can't feel what I don't feel. Then perhaps this will help you. The handsome man waved his sleeves, giving him another scenario. However, it wasn't of the life or death battle. Instead, it was the scene of a family being slaughtered in broad daylight. Yuan's eyes widened with shock as he witnessed a mother and her daughter, alongside thousands of pedestrians getting slaughtered mercilessly in the streets. Although Yuan didn't recognize any of these people, tears began flowing from his eyes when he saw the woman and her daughter getting killed. Mother, sister. A familiar voice suddenly resounded, causing Yuan to turn around. Standing behind him was the same young man from the life or death battle, but he looked much younger and weaker. This young man was crying just like he was, but there was nothing he could do as he watched the murderer slaughter everyone there until a cultivator finally intervened to stop the madness. Once the killer was apprehended, the young man walked to the corpses of the woman and the little girl. He knelt on the ground with tears still flowing down his face, and hugged their lifeless bodies until he was forced to let them go because the people had to clean the bodies off the streets. Once their corpses were taken away, the young man stood up and turned to look at Yuan with a profound feeling of desperation in his gaze. This is my first experience with desperation. When will you experience your first? When your family dies before your eyes. When your loved ones are taken right before your very eyes. Or when you're betrayed by someone you trusted with your life. Yuan frowned and said, I don't want to experience any of that. Of course you don't. Who would want to experience such misfortune? However, you don't get to choose. The weak don't have any choice but to accept their fate. I can see pain in your eyes, but it's not desperation, so I will let you experience some more. The young man turned around and walked away, and the scenery changed once again. This time, the young man had his lover taken right in front of him, but he was too powerless to stop it. Once that scene was over, another scene appeared, then another, and another. Yuan experienced many different situations in his dream, all of them resulting in some sort of misfortune for the young man that increased his desperation for strength. Eventually, the young man was no longer a weak young man, but a handsome man with a formidable aura that stood at the peak of the cultivation world. Do you believe in reincarnation? The handsome man suddenly asked Yuan as they returned to the sword graveyard. Reincarnation? As in rebirth? Yuan asked, as he wasn't familiar with this term. Yes. In the cultivation world, people believe that you will be reincarnated after death, living a vastly different new life, but without the memories of their previous lives. And that will repeat until you damage your soul. I don't know what to say. It's the cultivation world where anything could happen. As ridiculous as reincarnation sounds, I wouldn't be too surprised if it's real. The handsome man smiled, and then he started approaching Yuan. Once he stood before Yuan, the handsome man's appearance began turning younger and younger, until he resembled the young man that resembled Yuan. You already know the truth deep down inside, don't you? You just don't want to believe it. The young man said to him. I have no idea what you're talking about, Yuan said. Still trying to act dumb? Who do you think you're trying to fool? Me. But that only means you're trying to fool yourself. Yuan turned dead silent as he stared at the young man who resembled him. You wanted to know who I am, right? Do I still need to answer that question? Why? Yuan suddenly asked. Why is this happening to me? You should know that answer too. If I tell you everything, it wouldn't be fun, right? Or you actually don't know anything, Yuan said. You're right. I don't. After all, I am you, and you don't know anything. However, don't worry, because you will eventually remember. The young man's body suddenly started turning into smoke, disappearing into the background. It was at this moment Yuan woke up from his dream, and he could immediately feel two streams of tears flowing down his face, and the sensation of a wet pillow. Why, young master? Are you okay? Meifeng, who woke up just a second ago, asked him in a worried voice after seeing his tears. Yes, I am fine. I just had a somewhat bad dream, he said with a bittersweet smile on his face. A nightmare, huh? Meifeng then wiped his tears with her hands. Chapter 503. Playing the piano. Miss Meifeng, have you ever felt desperation? Yuan suddenly asked her after getting off the bed. Desperation. Meifeng raised her eyebrows, wondering to herself why he would ask such a question. The feeling of being helpless, a sense of weakness and hopelessness. Yuan stood there with a profound aura around him that felt a little different than usual. I can't really say that I have. Meifeng shook her head. However, the closest I have felt to desperation was when my husband died, I guess. Your husband? Now that he thought about it, Yuan has never seen Meixia's father before. He died in an accident before I could even give birth to Meishio, she said with a bittersweet smile on her face. I'm sorry for asking. There's no need for you to be sorry. It happened really long ago. Meifeng said with a smile. Anyways, why the sudden question, young master? Does it have something to do with your nightmare? I guess. He nodded. Sometime later, they sat around the living room and began eating breakfast. Wang Xiuying said that she's currently on the way here with the piano, said Meishio after they sat down. This early in the morning. Yuan chuckled. That just shows how much she wants to listen to your music again, young master, Meifeng said to him. Even if you say that, it's been years since I last touched an instrument. Not counting, of course. I probably won't even be able to play it properly. You're underestimating yourself, young master. Even if you haven't touched any instruments in years, you'll quickly familiarize yourself with them once you start playing again. I hope so, he nodded. After breakfast, while Meishio cleaned the dishes and Yuan practiced his movement technique, Wang Xiuying arrived at their apartment door with her piano. Where should I put this? Wang Xiuying asked. We have made some space in the living room. You can put it there, Meifeng said to her. Okay. The delivery company she hired to deliver the piano, then placed the piano at the corner of the living room. Once everything was done, Wang Xiuying immediately urged Yuan to play the piano. Don't worry, I won't break my promise, Yuan said as he took a seat in front of the piano. Are you sure you want to give this piano away? It's quite rare and expensive. Meifeng recognized the piano's value at glance, and she asked Wang Xiuying. Yes, it is an honor for me to let Yu Tian play music using my piano. Furthermore, now that I am focused on cultivation, I don't have any time to play it. Instead of letting it rust in my room, I might as well give it to someone who can use it at its full potential. After getting a feel for the smooth keys on the piano, Yuan swiped his fingers across the keyboard, filling the room with beautiful sounds. This feeling. How long has it been since I last felt it? Yuan asked himself as he recalled one of his favorite songs. Then, without using divine sense, Yuan began playing the piano almost instinctively. Music quickly filled the place, and when the three ladies heard this heavenly music, their hearts throbbed with excitement. Even though it's been years since Yuan last played the piano, he was currently playing it as though he never took a break. In other words, he was playing it flawlessly. Tears flowed down Wang Xiuying's face as she stared at Yuan's figure that was moving elegantly behind the piano, recalling the first time she first witnessed his performance on the stage. As for Meishio and Meifeng, they could only silently admire Yuan's talents. This is it. This is the music that once took over the world. I can't believe that I am actually hearing it again, and it's not being played on a device. Meifeng recalled Yuan's elegance and grace on the stage as he captivates the audience's heart and soul with his musical talents. A few minutes later, after playing the final note to the song, Yuan asked them, "What do you think? I think I could have played that a lot better." A lot better? They all looked at him with raised eyebrows. Meifeng then said, I did notice a few delays between notes, but it's almost unrecognizable. And the delay is so minuscule that one wouldn't normally be able to tell the difference if they're not an expert. I guess I am just used to playing it to perfection. Let me try another song. Yuan then began playing a new song, and it somehow sounded even better than the last, something Wang Xiuying didn't think was possible until it happened. After his second song, Yuan continued to play a few more songs, getting better with each song until he eventually reached the perfection that he was used to. Ding! In the midst of Yuan's 9th song, Meifeng suddenly received a notification on her phone. She looked at it to see that Yu Rou had texted her. Her eyes widened when she read the contents. "Why Yu Rou is coming here right now?" Meifeng said to them. Yuan immediately stopped playing the piano and said, "Yu Rou is coming here? Why?" "She said that she needed to talk to me. Also, she said that she received her parents' permission." Hearing this, Meifeng said, "The Yu family probably told Yu Rou to come to convince you to return to the family after the last failure. They're really predictable. What should we do now, young master?" Yuan then pondered for a moment before speaking. "I have been thinking about how I should surprise Yu Rou regarding my recovery." He touched the piano and said, "I think I know how I should surprise her. Can you all help me out?" "Of course," Wang Xiuying quickly said. Meifeng and Meifeng also agreed. "Great. Then He raced the plan." After telling them his plan to surprise Yu Rou, Yuan returned to his bedroom and patiently waited for Yu Rou to arrive. Half an hour later, someone knocked on their door. "It's me." Yu Rou's voice then resounded. As they had expected, it was Yu Rou. However, Yu Rou was completely unaware of the surprise that was in store for her. Chapter 504, Surprising Yu Rou. "Good morning, Meifeng." Yu Rou greeted when she opened the door. "Good morning, Yu Rou." Meifeng returned the greeting. "Please come inside." Once Yu Rou entered their apartment, she immediately noticed Meifeng and Wang Xiuying sitting in the living room. Miss Meifeng? Wang Xiuying? What are you two doing here so early in the morning?" Yu Rou asked them with a surprised look on her face. "I'm on vacation, so I figured that I should visit the young master," Meifeng said with a calm look on her face. "I am here to check up on Yu Tian's condition," said Wang Xiuying. Although she wasn't sure why, Yu Rou felt that something was amiss from the atmosphere in the place. "I see. Where's my brother? I'd like to see him before I talk. Though I'm sure you can already guess why I am here." "The young master is currently in his room," Meifeng said. Yu Rou nodded and approached his room, but then she noticed the beautiful piano sitting at the corner of the room, and stopped to look at it. "Wow. What is this piano doing here? It wasn't here when I last came here." As a piano player herself, Yu Rou could instantly tell that the piano was a valuable one. "That piano is mine. At least it was until I gave it to Yu Tian," said Wang Xiuying. It's yours? But why?" Yu Rou asked. "I have no use for it anymore, and I'd rather give it to my idol than sell it." Yu Rou found it strange that she would give it to Yuan when he can't even use it, and in her eyes, it was quite disrespectful to give an instrument to Yuan while knowing his background and condition. It was almost like giving a blind man a book that he cannot read. Though Yu Rou didn't think too much of it for now. "Brother, it's Yu Rou. I am here to visit you," she said to him after knocking on the doors. "Come inside," Yuan said. Yu Rou then entered the room and sat beside the bed. "Even though we have been playing together for a while, it still feels like forever since I last saw you." Yu Rou gently caressed his silky black hair to the side, so she could get a good look at his handsome face. "I'm sorry, brother." "Why are you suddenly apologizing?" Yuan asked her. "Because of the Yu family, both you and Meifeng have been experiencing unpleasant situations. I wish I could help, but I am powerless within the family. There's no need for you to apologize, Yu Rou. If anything, it should be the ones responsible that need to apologize. This means the chairman of the Cultivators Association and our parents." After a moment of silence, Yu Rou spoke. "Brother, I am thinking about leaving the family and joining a faction." Why would you do that?" Yuan was taken by surprise by her sudden reveal. "Now that cultivation is widespread and the new trend, I want to take advantage of it, especially since I am currently ahead of many people. If I remain in the Yu family, I will forever remain powerless. However, if I leave, I will at least have a chance to become an influential person without the help of my family. It's not going to be easy, but I hope to become stronger than the Yu family." Yuan was speechless after listening to Yu Rou's plans. However, he didn't immediately dismiss it, and he asked, "Where will you go?" "I don't know right now, but I can tell you where I want go. The Cultivators Association. They're just a bunch of bullies, and I refuse to lend them my assistance. I already have a heaven-grade cultivation technique thanks to my family, so I don't really care where I go as long as they're good people with enough influence to not be bullied by the Yu family." "I see. When you decide, let me know, okay?" "Of course. Anyways, I am here today because my parents wanted me to convince Meifeng to return to the family, so that they could hand her over to the Cultivators Association. I agreed since it meant that I would get to see you and Meifeng again, but I won't be doing any convincing. I'm sorry to get you wrapped up in this mess as well. But don't worry, I will handle everything soon." "You will? What are you going to do?" Yu Rou couldn't help but ask. "It's a secret for now," he said with a mysterious smile. "I hope it's not anything dangerous," Yu Rou said with a worried frown. "It won't be." Yuan chuckled. Sometime later, Yuan said, "Yu Rou, you saw the piano, right? Why don't you let Meifeng play you a song?" Meifeng knows how to play the piano? Since when? She's been practicing lately, you see." "If you say so." Yu Rou then went back outside and said, "Meifeng, my brother said you'll play a song for me?" Meifeng nodded. "But you'll have to wear this." Yu Rou looked at the object in Meixia's hand. It was a blindfold. "Why do I have to be blindfolded? I won't be able to see your performance that way." "I want you to judge it using your ears, not eyes," Meifeng then said. "I guess so." Once Yu Rou took a seat on the couch, Meifeng blindfolded her. A few moments later, Yu Rou could hear the piano being played. Wow. Meifeng is really good with the piano. How long has she been practicing to reach this level? Yu Rou wasn't suspicious at first, but once she listened a little longer, she noticed something was off, and the feeling she got earlier grew more obvious. This can't be Meifeng playing the piano. It's too good. Even I cannot play this perfectly with many years of practice. Unless Meifeng has talents similar to my brother, there's no way she learned the piano and reached this level in such a short amount of time. Although she didn't want to discredit Meifeng or her talents, it was simply too hard to believe. It hasn't been long since Meifeng left the Yu family, and even if she started playing the day she left, it wasn't realistic for Meifeng to reach this level of performance in such a short time unless she was Yuan himself. Maybe this is Miss Meifeng playing the piano, and they wanted to play a trick on me. Yu Rou began having this thought. Midway through the song, someone suddenly removed her blindfold, causing it to fall onto her lap. Yu Rou subconsciously opened her eyes when she felt the blindfold fall off, and to her absolute shock, it wasn't Meifeng sitting in front of the piano, nor was it Meifeng like she'd thought. It was actually Yuan sitting before the piano, and he was playing with elegance and grace. "Be brother?" Yu Rou stood up from the shock, and she stared at Yuan's moving figure with a look of disbelief on her face. However, she didn't say anything else and silently watched Yuan play the piano with a seemingly healthy and normal body, feeling as though she was in a dream. Chapter 505. His Own Company. After playing the last note to the song, Yuan lifted his hands from the piano keyboard in an elegant manner, before turning to face the shocked Yu Rou with a smile on his face. "What do you think? I may not be as good as I used to be, but I hope you enjoyed it." Hearing his words, Yu Rou's eyes finally started flowing with tears, and because she'd held it in for so long, it came gushing forward like a broken dam, immediately blocking her vision. "Brother, you're so cruel," Yu Rou said in a crying voice, dumbfounding him. And she continued, "How can you make me cry in front of so many people?" Yu Rou then wiped her tears and said, "How come you can move again? And since when?" Yuan then explained to her that he has no clue why it happened. "I woke up like this, and it has only been like 2 days since my recovery." "It's only been 2 days. And your recovery happened out of the blue? What kind of miracle is this?" Yu Rou was left speechless by his words. Thousands of doctors around the world couldn't figure out what was going on with Yuan's condition, and he somehow heals naturally? That seemed too good to be true. However, There was no reason for Yuan to lie to her. Yuan suddenly approached Yu Rou and wiped the tears from her face. To tell you the truth, my recovery actually started even before I left the Yu family, but I was only able to lift a finger at that time, and I didn't want to get your hopes up, so I decided to wait until I could stand on my own before letting you know. Unbelievable. Yu Rou muttered in a low voice. After a moment of silence, she said, "This changes everything, brother. Now that you have recovered, there are so many things you can do. What do you plan on doing now that you have recovered?" "I am going to focus on rehabilitation for now. Once I am confident with my movements, I am going to visit the Cultivators Association. However, I am not sure what I want to do after that." "Do you intend on going back to the stage?" Yu Rou asked the question that has been asked multiple times now. "No, I do not." Yuan shook his head. Yu Rou sighed and said, "I figured. But you should reconsider, since it's such a waste of your talents. Brother, you never truly reached the peak of the musical world since you were forced to leave it due to your condition. And it has always been a dream of mine to see you on the stage again. Furthermore, you can get back at the Yu family for abandoning you. If you return to the stage, they will definitely regret disowning you. In fact, they might even try to get you back into the family." Yuan didn't immediately refuse and began pondering. "Getting back at the Yu family, huh? I definitely want to see their faces filled with regret. However, I shouldn't be doing this for revenge. Instead, I should be doing this for Yu Rou, who has been there for me since the beginning. If Yu Rou wants me to return to the stage, although he has already decided to never return to the professional stage, he also told himself that he would do anything to make Yu Rou happy, and if him returning to the stage will make her happy, he cannot simply ignore it. Brother, if you don't want to return to the stage, I won't force you. Yu Rou said to him, as she could guess what he was thinking. It was at this moment Meifeng spoke. Young master, if I may make a suggestion, you don't need to go onto the stage as Yu Tian. You can simply do it under a different alias. After all, it's not the stage you hate, but your name that is affiliated with the Yu family, am I right? I have listened closely to all of your performances today, and I can tell that you still enjoy playing the instrument. You're afraid that if you go onto the stage that you'll once again give credit to the Yu family. If I am wrong, please correct me. Yuan remained silent for a moment before speaking. I have known that I still love to play the instrument when I played the zither inside Cultivation Online. I think you're right, Miss Meifeng. It's not the stage that I don't like. I just don't want to feel like I am being used by the Yu family again. Brother. Yu Rou felt incredibly guilty at this moment, as she was part of the Yu family that made Yuan feel so much pain and grief. Well, there are many things you can do to avoid that feeling, such as playing for another company. Or even better, you can make your own company so that you won't be playing for anyone but yourself. Making my own company? As much as I like the sound of that, I am only 18 years old. How am I supposed to make a company? Meifeng lifted her hand and pointed it at herself. You don't need to do anything, young master. I can make the company for you. Oh, really? But aren't you already incredibly busy at the Yu family? I don't dare to make you work even more than you already are. Yuan said. It's really not that much work. Although I will be making the company, I won't actually need to do anything. And when I do, I can do it from anywhere in the world as long as I have access to a phone and the internet. Furthermore, you can hire other people to deal with the stuff. In fact, Meishio has some experience when it comes to these kinds of things since this is what we mainly do for the Yu family. Meifeng then turned to look at Meishio and continued. I will make the company and you'll do everything else. Since it's just a company in name, you don't actually have to do much besides organizing events for the young master. You should be able to do at least that with your training. If you need help, I will step in. What do you think? Chapter 506, Divine Melody. I don't mind as long as Yu Tian agrees, Meishio said in a calm voice after hearing Meifeng's suggestion. Besides maid training and defensive training, Meishio also learned management since she was expected to help Yuan with his work in the future, just like how Meifeng helps the Yu family. It's all up to you now, young master. As long as you give me a nod, I will make the company. Yuan didn't immediately respond and took a couple of minutes to think about everything. Although he didn't care about getting revenge on the Yu family for what they have done to him, he definitely would like to see their faces once they learn that he has recovered and started playing on the stage again. Furthermore, he will be making Yu Rou happy by doing so. Sometime later, Yuan nodded and said, I will leave everything to you, Miss Meifeng. Great. Now I just need the name of the company and what your new alias will be, Meifeng said, her voice filled with enthusiasm, as this could be the start of a new legend. A company name, huh? Do you guys have any suggestions? Yuan asked the ladies in the room. How about Divine Melody? Your music is always divine sounding, after all. Wang Xiuying was the first to give a suggestion. Divine Melody, huh? I also quite like it. Yu Rou agreed. Well, if you both like it, I guess we'll go with Divine Melody. As for my new alias, Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Tianyang shall be my new alias. Okay. I will make a few phone calls with a few friends, and I should have the company ready by tonight, Meifeng said as she pulled out her phone and walked outside the apartment. I cannot wait. This is so exciting. Yu Rou spoke with her body trembling from excitement. I can already imagine my parents trying to recruit you once they learn of your existence. I am also shaking from excitement. Wang Xiuying agreed. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Yuan said, and he continued. I may be under a new alias, but if I go outside in my current appearance, they will learn my real identity in a heartbeat. I will need a disguise. How about wearing a mask like you do in? Meishio suggested. Yes, I was thinking the same thing, he agreed. Meishio went to grab her laptop and started looking for a mask. Which one do you like? Meishio asked him. Yuan then pointed to the black mask that somewhat resembled the one in. I like this one, he said. Yu Rou raised her eyebrows when she saw this, and she asked, Brother, how do you see with your eyes closed? Oh, I am using Divine Sense to see. My sight hasn't healed yet. Divine Sense. You can also use that in the real world. Yu Rou was shocked. Yes. He nodded. Now I'm really curious what else can be used in the real world besides cultivation techniques and Divine Sense. Yu Rou mumbled. Well, for one, other techniques besides cultivation techniques also work, Yuan said. Huh. Have you succeeded in learning a martial technique? Yu Rou asked him as she had this feeling. Yes, I have. I am now trying to learn a movement technique. See, can I see the technique you learned? Yu Rou quickly asked. Sure. Yuan then used his divine sense to look for a knife. Once he found it, he made it fly towards them from the kitchen. This is your flying dagger technique. Yu Rou recognized this technique since she has seen him use it a couple of times during their questing. That's right. Yuan nodded. Heavens. That looks incredibly dangerous. Wang Xiuying mumbled as she watched the kitchen knife circle around Yuan's body. Should I start trying to learn Wind Blade? Yu Rou wondered to herself out loud. That sounds even more dangerous. Yuan said, as he could somehow imagine Yu Rou causing mass destruction with wind blades. I have ordered the mask. It should arrive within the next 3 days. Meishio said a moment later. Sometime later, Meifeng returned and said, I have the company set up. I will be the owner of the company in name, but I will leave everything to you, Meishio. Once you settle your situation with the Cultivators Association, and decide to reveal your identity, I will transfer the company to you. And in case you need some refreshments, I will send you the training notes from years prior. I understand. Meishio nodded. As for the young master, you just need to schedule a performance and start making a name for yourself again. I suggest you do a couple of public performances to gain popularity before you return to the stage. Okay. And for the rest of the day, Yuan would play the piano for the ladies in the apartment. During breaks, they would talk about their new company and plan for their future. At the end of the day, Yu Rou said, I would love to stay here for longer, but it's about time I return home and report to my parents that I have failed to convince Meishio to return to the family. I expect a scolding, but it is what it is. I'm sorry, Yu Rou. This is all because of me. Don't blame yourself for this situation, Meifeng. We all know who's in the wrong here. Yu Rou patted her back. Yu Rou, before you leave. Yuan approached her with his arms spread, his intentions clear. Seeing this, Yu Rou immediately jumped into his embrace and hugged him tightly. I have been waiting for this for the entire day, you idiot. Yu Rou said, feeling her eyes tear up again. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. Once they were satisfied, Yuan let her go and Yu Rou made her way back to the Yu family. I am also going to leave as well. It's been a fun day. I will be coming here often to hear your music, Yu Tian. Wang Xiuying said shortly after Yu Rou left. Yuan nodded and said, once again, thank you for the piano. I will treasure it. That means more than you think to me. Wang Xiuying said with a bright smile on her face. Chapter 507. Breaking his bottleneck. After Wang Xiuying left, Meifeng began cooking dinner, while Meifeng looked over some documents for their newly created company. Young master, you'll need a disguise for your new alias, Meifeng said to him, unaware that they already have something planned. Yes, I know. I will be wearing a mask when I play on the stage, he said. A mask, huh? That's not a bad idea. Meifeng agreed. Sometime later, after dinner, Yuan went to take a shower. Now that he can clean himself, he plans on doing so every single day. Once it was time for sleep, Meifeng and Yuan retired to their room while Meifeng returned to her own room. Miss Meifeng, I have a question. Yuan suddenly asked her as they laid in the same bed. What is it? Do you know where I can obtain a sword? A sword? Like a real sword? Why do you want one? Self-defense, I guess. Self-defense? Meifeng looked at him with raised eyebrows. What kind of self-defense requires a sword? You see, the world is getting more dangerous lately with more and more people becoming cultivators, obtaining inhuman strength that's only possible in the cultivation world. But our world is very small compared to the world in, and I was worried about what might happen in the future, so I want to prepare myself. Cultivators may be strong, but I don't think we have to be that worried. It's not as though the world will suddenly become a lawless place. But since the young masters want a sword, I will try to do something about it. Thank you. Meifeng fell asleep shortly afterward. However, Yuan didn't go to sleep. Instead, he silently got out of the bed and went to the living room, before taking a seat on the floor. This will be my first time cultivating in this position. Yuan thought to himself as he started to absorb the spiritual energy in the air. Desperation. I am not desperate enough to reach Spirit Master? He recalled what the handsome man told him in his dreams. Yuan then remembered the scenes where the mother and her daughter were murdered in broad daylight. Then he recalled the betrayal of a friend. Then of the young man's lover being forcefully taken away. After remembering these situations, Yuan subconsciously started replacing these individuals with people he knew. He imagined Meifeng and Yu Rou getting killed before his eyes. He imagined being betrayed by Dr. Wang and Wang Xiuying. He imagined the Cultivators Association successfully taking Meifeng away from him by force. You're so weak. How can you protect anyone like that? The handsome man's voice suddenly resounded in his head. Yuan gritted his teeth, and somewhere within his consciousness, an invisible flame created by desperation appeared. The spiritual energy in the area began flying towards Yuan at an incredibly fast rate. That's right. If you want to protect those you care about, you must be strong. Obtain the strength to protect your family and friends. Obtain the power to defeat those who wish to covet from you. Be desperate, desperate for power. The handsome man's voice continued to resound inside Yuan's head as he subconsciously cultivated, and before he was aware, he entered a trance-like state, had entered enlightenment. Meifeng, who was just about to fall asleep, noticed the sudden change in the atmosphere. She got out of the bed and looked peeked outside her room, and to her surprise, there was a figure sitting in the living room with his long black hair fluttering behind him like a cape before a gust of wind. Yuan? Meifeng mumbled to herself. Even though she was clearly looking at Yuan, for some reason, it felt like she wasn't looking at Yuan at the same time, almost like she was looking at someone else, and the Yuan there was merely an illusion. Meanwhile, Yuan's cultivation that had been stuck at peak spirit warrior finally began to move. His dantian that contained all of his spiritual energy began to tremble, and it slowly began expanding in size. Then, the golden symbol within his body that had turned into veins attached itself to the dantian, turning it golden. Yuan's body was currently emitting a faint golden glow, and Meishou was there to witness it, feeling as though she was before a divine being. Meishou didn't want to disturb him, so she went back inside her room and returned to the bed, trying her best to fall asleep. The following morning, Yuan stood up from the floor with a profound feeling in his body. He was no longer a spirit warrior, and his body emitted the feeling of a spirit master. So this is what it feels like to be a spirit master in this world. Yuan took a deep breath, sucking in a large amount of spiritual energy. Good morning, Meishou. Yuan suddenly noticed her presence and said to her, "Did you break through to Spirit Master? You feel a little different compared to yesterday." Meishou asked him. "Yes, I have managed to break through my bottleneck." He nodded. "How do you feel?" "My divine sense is much stronger now, and I can keep it active for a lot longer. I haven't tried using flying daggers, but it should be easier to control the technique now," he said. He then tried to use flying daggers, and to his surprise, he was able to control 3 kitchen knives at once with relative ease when he could barely control 2 before. Wow! The difference between Spirit Warrior and Spirit Master is so much even though it was only a single level. Yuan was surprised by the results. "Congratulations on reaching Spirit Master." Yuan nodded. "Yes, now I can finally visit the Cultivators Association." "You're really going to do it?" Meishou asked in a worried voice. He smiled and said, "How else am I going to stop them from taking you away from me?" Meishou blushed at his words. "I am going to prepare breakfast," she said, making a quick escape. Chapter 508. I will come with you. Good morning, young master. You're up earlier than usual today, Meifeng said to him after coming out of his room. I actually spent the night cultivating, he said with a smile. I see. After eating breakfast, Yuan would spend about 2 hours just playing the piano without any rest. Afterward, he would continue practicing the movement technique. Meanwhile, Yu Rou stood before her parents. How did it go? Yu Yong asked her. It failed. Meishou refused to return even when I asked. Yu Rou said. Che. Tang Li sneered in disgust. Meishou appeared to be enjoying her current life with Yu Tian. I think it'd be for the better if we didn't disturb their new life. Yu Rou said. I have a feeling that you didn't even bother to convince her. Tell me, Yu Rou, what exactly did you do yesterday when you spent an entire day at their place? Yu Yong asked her in a solemn voice. I tried to convince Meishou to return to the family, but when it failed, I remained there to hang out with them since it's been a while. Yu Rou said in a casual voice, and before her parents could speak she continued. I don't know why you want Meishou back so desperately, but even if she used to serve me, remember that Meishou was trained to serve Yu Tian. My brother was the reason that Meishou even wanted to be a maid in the first place, so if you're thinking about tearing them apart, it won't happen. Leave. And you're still forbidden to contact that trash since you didn't get any satisfactory results. Tang Li said to her. Yu Rou frowned, but she didn't say anything and left the place. Looks like we'll have to rely on the mercenaries. Chairman Zhao has been getting more impatient as well. Yu Yong sighed. He then retrieved his cell phone to give Mr. Johnson a call. 3 days passed by in a flash, and someone knocked on Yuan's apartment early in the morning. Delivery. Meishou went to open the door since she was expecting this package. Thank you. After accepting the package, Meishou went to the living room and called out to Yuan. Yu Tian, your masks have arrived. A few moments later, Yuan came out of the bathroom. Great. Let's see what we have. After opening the package, Yuan could see over a dozen different masks in the package. Did they give us more than we ordered by accident? I don't remember picking most of these. Yuan said. Oh, I forgot to mention it, but I decided to buy a few more afterward just in case we needed it. I even picked a new design for some of them if you ever get bored of one. Meishou said. I see, that makes sense. Thanks. Yuan picked one randomly and wore it on his face. What do you think? He asked them. You give off a mysterious feeling. I like it, young master. Meifeng gave her opinion. I think it looks good too. Meishio nodded calmly, as she was already used to seeing him wear masks in. Great. Then I will be wearing one of these while I visit the Cultivators Association tomorrow. You're really planning on going there? It's going to be dangerous. Meifeng said. If I don't go, they will continue messing with Meishio, and I am not going to sit around and let it happen. Now that I am no longer useless, I am going to do something useful with my body for once. Yuan said with a stern look on his face. After a moment of silence, Meifeng said, If you're going, then I will go with you. You will. But won't you cause trouble for the Yu family? Yuan said. Meifeng then picked up one of the available masks and wore it on her face. I won't cause any trouble if they don't know who I am, she chuckled. Furthermore, you'll need some backup just in case anything happens. What about? You stay here. Meifeng interrupted Meishio before she could even finish speaking. Don't worry, I will be more than enough to guarantee the young master's safety. I understand. Meishio said, clearly discontent with the results, but she didn't want to argue with her mother, and since she's wanted by the Cultivators Association, it would be better if she didn't go to their main headquarters. That night, Yuan went to sleep to make sure he was in top condition for tomorrow. Looks like you're finally going to do something about the situation. The handsome man appeared in his dreams again. You again? Yuan sighed. Ever since Head started walking, he would have to deal with this handsome man who's supposedly him before his reincarnation, every time he went to sleep. Why are you not happy to see me? This means that you're slowly recovering your memories. What if I don't want these memories? Yuan said with a frown. You don't want to remember? Even though ITLL make you stronger? Are you afraid that you might become a different person once you remember everything? The handsome man asked Yuan even though he already knew the answer. Everybody will change if given enough time. This is not something you can prevent no matter how powerful you are. However, you are in control of what kind of person you want to be, so why are you afraid? I am not afraid, Yuan said in a calm voice. And he continued, I just don't want to experience unnecessary emotions that I felt before. What happened in the past happened in the past. I don't need to know about it. The handsome man smiled and said, If you don't care about what happened in the past, you wouldn't exist right now. What do you mean by that? Yuan frowned slightly. You exist for a reason, reincarnated for a reason. You may not understand it now, but you will eventually remember everything and understand your reason for existing. The handsome man then looked towards the sky and said, It's about time for you to wake up. I look forward to what you're going to do today. Perhaps you've already started changing. You just don't realize it. After that sentence ended, Yuan woke up from his sleep. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.